Mother hookah. Ah, no wonder people keep leaving in my like vertical stream. Here's the thing. I had like a huge audience at that time. Like 16 people is watching me, and then there's nothing. And here's the thing. I blame fucking Window. Okay, Window keep updating the fucking mic. Every single update, it removed my mic. Every single update, I have to reapply the fucking mic again and again and again. This actually, I should do a little bit checkup on the mic. Hold on a little bit. Open sound setting. So I need to check up on the mic. Okay. Okay, this is mic, and then they remove my default. I set this thing to be a default on everything, but they didn't use it on default. And there's also this issues that they actually like having some very big issues. That our mic is not properly function at the moment. If I have some janky voice or like something like that, remember to let me know, because the latest update for Microsoft is they doing a lots of like bullshit onto the mic. Oh, now I did some checkup. Gosh dang it, my mic is not being detected. Don't tell me I have to restart my entire thing. Oh, don't tell me I have to do that. Ah, no! This change, I need to reboot my fucking computers. You know what? I still need my EQ, but thankfully, I can just solely apply it on my stream. I have those filters turned off, but essentially it's still there. So I can just turn those things back on. And then my voice have changed it back again. Should I add some noise expressions? Nah, I have like this like noise gate and then voice thing going on there. It's supposed to be fine. Supposed to be fine. Oh, remember, for streaming 101, okay? Your voice should be dancing around like the green and the yellow bar. This way, this is like the perfect like voice volume. The peak can go to like the red when you want. You can limit it like go like not go like fully over it, you know. You know, funniest thing. Dub. Another funniest thing I can talk about is like when you say like either can't hear a single word or he's just doing goofy faces. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I was literally talking about Mickey Mouse impressions, and then I can't do goofy impressions, and then just like I thought you were talking about that actually. Hi there, good kings. Hi there, everyone. I'm having a very happy day because this is my last day on my not my last day, my last commission for this month. I hope I get more commission though, because I want to. Here's the thing. I'm gonna show you guys this. Okay, 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 okay. Taking some while. Hold on. Okay, 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 okay. I've been wanting to play this game called Warhammer 40k Dark Tide. It's like the Vermintide, but the 40k series version of it. And in Green Man Gaming, they currently have this like big sales going on. It's just like 69 ringgit. Well, 69 ringgit is like how much? I would say maybe $12 in USD. So yeah, I'm trying to earn that much at least to buy this game. At the moment, it's the only thing that have like you know, it's the only thing that have like nim 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 discount at the moment. I can get the standard editions but I only got like 70 ringgit in my bank at the moment, so I can't really like waste my money that much. I need to earn a lot more. If you have a friends need like art commissions like going on there, do let me know, or just flat out donate to me. I don't know. If you flat out donate to me, I would be much more happier. But I also feel like a scumbag, like just taking money for nothing. Like in futures, here's the thing. Talking about taking money for nothing. In futures, would you guys want to buy merchandise of me? That's a very weird question, but yeah. So again, I want a some sort of like exchange for the money instead of just like like grabbing people money for nothing, like from donations and stuff. So I would willing to draw lots of things for merchandise artwork. Again, my art is actually very merchandise friendly because like how flat the nature of the color is. I can just like forgo all the like gradients and everything, just use the flat colors, and it will still look nice. Why would I say that? Ta-da! Like this is like the recent art that I draw for Rima. Like this is a very like random like normal art, but you can see like the if I actually do a proper decent job on it instead of like finish this thing in like 20 minutes. This is actually like really like printable thing if I do it properly. So I can turn things into a T-shirt or mug or something like that. If people want it, I can like design it properly for T-shirts or design properly for mug. If you guys really want it, I can try to make it happen. Ooh, yeah! I forgot to turn on my TDS.
Hello there, is it I? Colonial, the studio mascot here. Want to chat with Kiri but he is too focused on his work or game? You can use exclamation mark S space and type stuff to make me talk.
So yeah. That's lots of things still like in a work in progression and stuff. Thought process. If you guys really want me to like do something like properly, fine or good for it. That would be the best case scenario. Okay. Mm, let me fix up a little bit of things. My screen right now is like a lot of things is going on. Hello there, Felvy. How's your day? Most of the things, I hope everyone is doing great. This and that, yeah, that stuff. I am trying my best to like doing a lot more work though, and no, I'm not showing dual screen at the moment. It's supposed to be hold on a little bit. This thing's supposed to be like I'm trying to like play some YouTube videos, maybe like something about like um, educational one like Veritasiums or like some sideshow stuff. Playing it, we can learn some fun fact, and then while watching me drawing at the same time. And let me like size them up a little bit more. Hold on a little bit. Taking some time to doing this. Um, okay. All right. With this, I just have to like boost up the size a little bit. Yeah, I'm doing like some custom stuff at the moment. I need my screen to be in everywhere. Like right now, I literally have 3 screen, but somehow it's still not enough. Like having 3 screen is still not enough. It's still, you know, this kind of thing. All right. Supposed to be fine now. Hello there, everyone. My name is Kirivaku, and I'm your host and your voice with a voice. Here's to entertain you and may not have no idea what I'm doing. And here's the thing. This month is my last not like this particular art commissions is my last art commission for this month, or you guys can prove me wrong by having like like adding a little bit more art commission for me to work with. Another thing is, yeah, I just finished paying my rent, so I'm kind of broke at the moment. I really want to buy some games, but I don't have money to buy it or eat some food at the moment. I need to save up some more money for the food, all right? Else I'm gonna starve. So yeah, that might be issues at the moment. Well, I can still entertain you guys. I'm trying to like set up like a donathon to kind of like work though. The donathon is going to be like I'm going to scour through like Twitters and then see any things that I can like reply with a drawing. I will reply with a drawing, and then people can donate for me to reply a dedicated like comment sections and stuff. But of course, like if it's like politics and stuff, I won't be doing it. But still, generally, like most like common stuff is like Vtuber related, this and that, yeah, that stuff. I'm fine with it. You know, having games and fun. Those are the policies. I still have to work on the policy a little bit on how to do things properly. And the donathon will be like there will be goals that I will like do some artwork, finish some things, make like start to make a few like merchandise art, this and that for myself, and also maybe some voice acting for you guys if you guys really need one. Here's the thing about it is like I actually wanted to become voice actors, but the problem is I kind of gave up, not because I'm lazy or anything. It's more like I can't get a job for voice acting. I try on lots of like auditions to be honest. If you guys went into my like my channel, you guys can actually see like I have like those kind of audition things I'm going on there. Those were the time that I'm still have no idea what to do. So like most of the auditions are actually not that great. But later on, I fixed most of my like voice stuff. I just too lazy to keep uploading that part, that particular channel. I try my best. I did 3 times the amount that you've seen in there, every month, but I'm not getting a single job for voice acting. Generally, because here's the thing, I have an accent, and that accent is a little bit on the unique side, a little bit Asian, but also a little bit European, a little bit like British. Sometimes mixed in between like Australian-ish and British-ish, like in the same time. So it kind of like even I sounds okay or sound nice, it's a very unique voice. Okay, when it become a very unique voice, you really need to have like a thing that is like designed for intended for you. Since I'm not working in like the like acting industries or like being well known or like have connections within like the writer industry and those kind of things, there's like rarely having like some sort of dialogue that written precisely for this voice. Okay, when it kind of like being an issues because of that. um Try to think about this. You have to be a bad writer to be able to write a Asian dialogue. Try to think about it. The reason why you can kind of see like people doing like you kind of can see a lot like in 3D animation scene right now. Aquafina is basically in everywhere, just being herself. Even like Jet Black. Jack Black is also doing a lot of things, just being himself. The reason is people just can't write a line for them properly. So they have to basically improv everything. So in every single scene that they just have to be them. And sometimes for Aquafina Pod, they literally wrote the story just to adapt her style of like speech. So yeah, like you really need like a friend in the industry to be able to do that in the first place. I'm not someone famous, not someone that will have the capability of demand of fucking Hollywood to do stuff for me. So it's pretty much impossible for me to get a voice acting job at all unless I'm famous. The problem is I'm not famous. So having the accents is really, really difficult for you to get a job. Yeah, that's the thing. Especially like the way I speak is completely contradict the DEI movement stuff like going on with the entire voice acting scene at the moment. They kind of like want people like act that part, you know. If you're Asian, you have to sound like Asians and then do Asian role. But I'm an Asian that sounds like a British man. Well, it's like a British man like having like speaking British for a very very long time, and then he lost all his lingo, those kind of things. Like it's a very complex things. So I'm stuck in a very very unfortunate role for voice acting scene. So I can't be myself. I can't sound normally. I have to pretend to be someone else. Um, all those kind of things. Like, here's the thing, like, for a lot of people when it comes to like, voice acting 101, you just have to sound like yourself. That is the easiest way for you to do acting first because you acting yourself. That is the easiest way to like hit off with like voice acting and things. But the problem is when I act like myself, I'm not in like the very racist DEI scope of view that I'm acting like myself. For them, they see I'm Asians. That doesn't sound like Asians. I only sound a little bit like Asians, and the rest of it is kind of like mix of everything. Then that's just how I sound like. So it kind of become like issues for me. It's a sad thing, but it's also the same things that it's not really. I can't complain too much about. It's an inevitable thing. I hope like the futures like the voice acting scene would go back to like how it was. It's like I like this voice. I like how he talk. I would do it. I would need this guy to do this character role instead of like, hey, well, while the Avatar: The Last Airbender, everyone is basically a fictional role, but he seems Chinese. We need a Chinese guy. He looked like a Indian. We need an Indian guy. He looked like an Inuit. We need an Inuit guy. Like motherfucker, that is like a peak racism there. uh, that is literally peak racism. What happened to your fucking tiger? Do you need an actual authentic tiger that can speak English for you? Ah. Well, either way, yeah. If you guys notice that my voice like revert back to my like deeper voice is because I've been talking a little bit too much lately. Usually I don't really have a lot of audience, and then I start like don't talk a lot. Nowadays I've been talking a lot. Like my high pitched voice has been like taking like a toll lately. So, yeah, I like kind of like revert back to like my lower end of the voice. It's much more relaxed too. Speaking like this, you can even hear it, like the relaxing voice. But yeah, that's the part. It's like this is just how I normally sound like. I don't want to make people feel weird, okay? Most of my friends say like they feel weird hearing this voice, so I generally kind of restrain this voice a lot. Like I have to nerve my voice most of the time. I know it's like some sort of weird insecurities, but it's not exactly that way. It's also my family's too. They used to hear I have this general energetic like high pitched voice. Okay? It's well, at this point, like for them, this is my voice, and the moment I kind of like slowly like turn into this voice. They just think I'm trying to be acting sexy, okay? You know, like in your family eyes, like you have a different version in their eyes, and then you can't really convince them anyhow that you have been like pretend your voice for quite a long times. But yeah, yeah. It is a little bit hilarious though. It is a very hilarious scene. Thinking about this, like for most girls, they pitch up their voice a little bit higher just to sound cute, right? And for guys, they would like pitch down, pitch low their voice to sound a little like I can like try to pitch low my voice. They try to pitch low their voice to sound a little bit more sexy. But here's the thing, uh, I did the total opposite part. Like I pitch high my voice to sound more young. Because here's the thing, I am an anime man. Like you look at this face, like how am I going to unless I start to add beard onto my character or elongate my face a little bit more, and sharpen my eyes a little, like narrow my eyes a little bit more. Actually, I do have like a 3.0 model like behind my brain. I intended to draw a little bit matured face, and then I can start to use back my like original English voice a little bit much more. But those things like require times, and I don't have money. I hope like one day is like I can start like a donathon like that's like one reason I would start my donathon. I'm going to like spend a lot more time to try to make my 3.0 model to give up a little bit more like mature style looking, and then I'm trying to aim a little bit lot more of like Kingdom Hearts style kind of fashions into my onto my characters, adding a little bit shoulder pauldron, add a few more belt on me, like big ass zippers and fat ass like clown shoes. Like again, like my favorite game is still Kingdom Hearts. Okay, it's like a blend of like Disney and like Final Fantasy kind of like style into like the entire design. I loved it. Okay, it's also paying homage to like those kind of like old cartoon style, while I look like a like 2005 like anime characters. Like those things are like the best for me, you know. And yeah, I'm slowly running out of breath. But one of the things like I use way less of a breath like sound like this because I way more relaxed. I don't have to squeeze out the voice. I'm having like sinus issues. I kind of like don't breathe really well. If I sound like this, it's actually much more relaxing. I don't have to like squeeze out like the tiny amount of air in my lung just to sound a little bit much more high pitch. It's much more better that way, you know. But I still sound a little bit softer because of that. I'm not really sure. Again, hello there, everyone. I see a few more people joining into my stream. Hi there. Yes, I'm not drawing at the moment. The drawing is just a baiting. It's a bait! I'm here to bait you! Aha! Yeah, like again, sinus issues. I lost my nasal spray somewhere on my table. My table is a mess at the moment, so yeah, I haven't been spraying my nose for quite a while. Oh, I found it! Found it! If you guys don't know, here's the thing. I have a drawing tablet, okay? And my room is a little bit dusty. I'm not even kidding about it. I'm trying my best every day, like doing a little bit like vacuuming, cleaning my room and everything. Somehow my room is still filled of dust. I have no idea why, and I have no idea how. So my screen tablet always like a little bit dusty. I have to always like clean it. I have to use like a wet wipe and then like use like a dry tissues, kind of like dry it up and everything. So I don't want to be too wasteful. So I use a wet wipe and then also like sometimes recycle the dry wet wipe to kind of like dry the things up. But if like I use it too many times, there would be a little bit too much dust on it, and then those kind of dust sometimes can scrape the screen. So I try not to like Even though I'm going to reuse it, I'm going to reuse it like once or twice. So generally, I would use tissue paper a little bit more. The problem is I have so many dried up tissues on my table. No, no, it's not what you guys think about it, okay? I know if you guys are guys, you will be like, suspicious tissues on the table. No, not that, okay? Those are just cleaning tissues. I'm a recycling man, okay? I recycle, reuse as much as I can until I can't. And also, recycling responsibility. That is like what I do, okay? So my table have a lot of messy dried up tissues. I should toss them out actually, but you know. Definitely nothing suspicious going on there. I'm talking about suspicious tissues on my table. You definitely did not miss half of the conversations and then being like totally misunderstanding everything I'm talking about. And talking about like you missed a little bit me talking a little bit about voice actings, a little bit about me unable to get a job in voice acting due to my accents, and a little bit about me trying to clean up my screen and try to be recycled, having a lot of like suspicious tissues on my table because I'm a little bit, trying to recycle them, but also at the same time, I kind of like forgot to toss them time to time, so it kind of built up on my table. So in a certain corner of my table, there's a lot of like suspicious tissues over there, and no, those are not that kind of tissues, okay? I'm just trying to recycle, but sometimes I just like use like once or twice again to kind of clean up my screen. I'll be like, it's already have a lot of dust build up. I should use a new ply of tissues just to, you know, clean up the screen instead. Hi there, Starkin. Hello there. I do not recognize your name. Sorry there. Maybe did you change your name or something? I don't know. It would make him more suspicious, okay? Who clean your screen with a freaking lotion? I'm using wet wipe and then use a tissue to dry it up faster. Else I'm going to, like, like my glove is just going to be the wet wipe of the, like, dry wipe for the entire screen. And I don't want to dirty my glove further. I already have to wash it like every like 2 week. Because like it used to be bright red, now it kind of like have a lot of like ink stain. Because back in the days I even like use like physical drawing, like wearing this glove, so like there's lots of ink stain on it. I'm trying to wash it off, like it's just not coming off. And the funniest thing, like my glove is like bright red colors, okay? And it's supposed to I bought like bright red like color glove is for me to easily seize it, because when I go to the toilet I would just like take it off and toss it on my table somewhere, and then I go to the toilet and then come back. Somehow I can't find the glove. And I realized that sometimes I just toss it on my bed or toss it on the table, on like closest to my like toilet, that because like those table is like for me to like put stuff on, okay? And sometimes like in my like toilet, like I don't know what you guys call it, like the place that you put like the basin on. Like it's also a table, but have a cabinet underneath. Like what do you guys normally call it? Basically, I toss it on there too sometimes. So my glove is everywhere, and right now, the only surviving glove I bought like 4 freaking glove for this. The only surviving glove is the XP pen glove that comes with it. It's black color, and somehow I didn't misplace that shit. And the rest of my red glove, only one surviving red glove left. Oh no! Well, you can just like use your computers. Don't worry, Starkin, you can survive. Get this with me. Find your power bank. I need view. I need to complete my eligibility for earning. Oh, hi there, Moonflower. Yeah, like, here's the thing. Every single time I see someone with a new name, I treat them as new persons. So sometimes, like, if you want to act friendly with me, I would just pretend I know you and then act friendly with you too. So yeah, that like that's the thing. That's the thing. If you ever miss like anyone in my stream, okay, ever misbehaved to a point that I banned you, you come in with a new account. You just have to pretend to be another one, another person's. Even I notice you were that person that I banned, you kind of like learn your lessons, and then you're really trying to be good, and then pretend to be another person's. I'm fine with it. I'm actually fine with it. Even I notice, I will pretend not to notice. I will treat that entire new name as an entire new persona, entire new persons. That's how I kind of like view the internet because like it's inevitable. I'm not going to play the game like is that the fucker that I ban? Like no, if you going in there, come in as a complete different persons and try to think that you want to troll me as like he'll you, he will never know that I'm that person that he banned. Like, I'm fine with it. If you're behaving well, I'm actually fine with it. But if you come in and do the same shit again, I'm going to ban you again. That's how I roll, okay? I don't mind you come in as a new identity, pretend to be someone else, and try to be well behaved as possible. And then I'm fine with it. If you got banned because you're trolling in my stream, and then I banned you, and then you come back as a different persona, he'd be like, remember me? I'm that guy you banned. I'm gonna do the same shit again. Obviously, you're going to get banned again. Like, I used to be troll before, so I'm fine with someone that come in with like a disposable account and then troll. I'd be like, I got irritated and then I ban you. It's like a cycle, and then you come back as a different person and be well behaved. Then yeah, like it's the internet. I know internet exists. Everyone behave. Everyone misbehaved. It's the same thing. Like again, Simon, if you are watching my stream, you can come in as a totally different person. You don't have to announce that you are Simon, the guy that I always ban. You can literally come in as a different person. Never mention that you are Simon. Never do the shit that you were banned for, and then I'm fine with you. If you're really obsessed to be in my stream, just come into my stream and behave. Alright there. Moonflower, or I'm just going to call it Starkin. If I see Starkin, I'm going to say Starkin. So, have fun doing what you do, okay? And good luck. Bye bye. Yeah, that is like how I'm going to view the persons. For me, it's like the only. I'm very tolerant persons, to be honest. Even though I say like sometimes I do some very petty shit, it's I'm still very tolerant persons. Depends on person though. Sometimes, if you already irritate me, no matter what you do, you are going to irritate me. Is a very hyper specific thing. So yes, try to behave as much as possible, okay? Like I'm fine. Like sometimes, like if you guys want to do your things like in my streams, just do your thing in my stream. Just don't fucking take over my stream that way, because sometimes, like think about this. The only reasons I have to like address this thing, especially if Simon is still watching me. I have to address this thing really, really clear. Okay. I'm fine with you guys like chatting with each other's this and that stuff kind of things. But here's the thing. If I'm talking about A, don't force me to talk about C. You didn't even proceed to B. You immediately go for C. If I'm talking, okay? Don't try to turn my stream into your stream. That's the main point. I am streaming, I am the host. Respect the host. If I invite you to come for tea, don't bring fucking Coca-Cola into it. Yeah, it's like let the conversation comes through naturally. Simon always tried to force a conversations that he wanted. That's the main issues about like why I warn him multiple times, time out him multiple times, and even ban him multiple times. Well, technically come in many multiple different accounts, and then I ban him multiple different accounts. So yeah, that's the issues. The disrespect that he always display in my stream is really rude. That's why I kind of ban him multiple times. I warn him why I ban you, and then you come in and do the same shit again. And this is my stream, not your stream. If you want to talk about some very, very like topic that you personally really, really fucking like for 1 hour straight in my chat, go do your own stream. If you can't do your own stream, make a video out of it. Like YouTube still allow people to make video, okay? Only streaming you need like a freaking phone number to create like a streaming account. And like I say, I don't mind like minor want to become content creators, okay? But you have to, but at the bare minimum, you need to have enough experience in the outside world first. You need to work, have the ability to do part-time work, service work, do a lot of social service, earn your fucking phone number. If you manage to earn your phone number and being able to pay for straight up like 5 months for it, yes, you experience the outside world enough to know how fucking dangerous it is. If you think outside world is very dangerous and it's a hassle to be in, internet is 50 times of that. And you would not be gullible enough to get groomed by those assholes, like in the internet, or deal with the fucker troll inside the internet. This is all I always advocate for. Like, yes, minors shouldn't be like using social media and everything, but can you really stop a kid? I've been a kid before. No one can stop me. I do whatever the fuck I want. So I understand that part. I would say no. If I'm going to give out my opinion, like preferably, I would say kids should not be in the internet. Yes. But I know I'm not going to fucking stop them. I can't fucking stop them. So if I can't stop them, I'm just going to let them, let them do it. But still, I'm going to give a few rules for them to at least keep themselves safe from themselves and from the weirdo in the internet. So this rule is very important. Earn your own damn money, pay your own damn phone numbers.
Hello there, is it I?
Ah, gosh dang it.
The studio mascot here.
I really have to turn you
Want
off
to chat with
someday.
Kiri, but he is too focused on his work or game? You can use !S space and type.
So, yeah, like, what was I again? Yes. So, earn your own damn money, pay your own damn phone numbers, and then get your own damn account. Work for it. If you want to, like, nothing can stop you. Just work for it, okay? We as a kid, we didn't get a lot of things like freely with our hand, okay? The reason, the difference between like, hey, you do it when you're a kid, why we can't do it? Because you were given to it. We have to work our fucking ass for it, even as a kid. We have to sneak our way to do stuff. We have to pretend. We have to lie really well. And kids can't even lie properly these days. It's so fucking like, Like obvious, like most of the lies. I I personally don't like lie. Oh, hi there. I'm sorry, it's a little bit hard to see. I'm going to zoom it in. Path route. Hi there, hi there. If you guys can't see it, I haven't like approved like letting like chit-chat to come into my multi-chat system because sometimes there's a little bit too much bot. To be honest, I feel sad to say this, but there's actually a little bit too much bot in Kick. So a lot of people do ask like, then why don't you moderate your Kick chat? Here's the issues. It's not my fucking job. If someone misbehave in my chat, yes, I'm going to moderate the shit out of them. Yes, if there's like a bot, if there's like an asshole in my chat, I would moderate the shit out of them. But here's the problem. If it's bot, I'm not going to do anything. Do you know why? It's Kick gosh dang job to not let that happen. I'm not the one who should be able to responsible for that. Kick should be the one that's responsible for that. Like back then, I literally put like you have to subscribe, not subscribe. You have to like member, like not member. My brain like is in multi-stream brain. You have to follow me for like 10 minutes to be able to even chat. But that is like really unfair for a lot of people, right? Just want to come in and have some nice chat. It's not going to be possible if I just put 10 minutes. So I just like eliminate. You just have to follow to like do the chatting stuff. And because sometimes there is so many bots in the gosh dang Kick, I kind of start to ignore the freaking chat. And imagine like there's like a lot of bots just like spamming in the chat. Like there's like some few actual people trying to chat in there. I can't see it. There's just too many. It's like mixed in between. I can't even read them properly. So I literally like sometimes like in my Kick stream, I literally will say like just go to my YouTube, chat with me if you really want to. There's too many bots. But I changed a little bit because I kind of like enable my ability to be able to get subscriptions in Kick. Okay, so you guys now can subscribe in Kick. I turn off my affiliation in Twitch because fuck Twitch. I don't like Twitch. I always do not like Twitch. I've been complaining about Twitch for like more than 5 years at this point, and somehow I'm still not getting banned in Twitch. That is a miracle. I literally stream in Twitch and complain about Twitch 24/7. And sometimes people ask me, then why are you still streaming on Twitch? Look at me. I have 350-ish like follower. I used to be affiliated. Now I'm not affiliated anymore. Do you know why? I'm here just to grift. Like anyone would ask, like, then why are you in Twitch though? Oh, you just activated my trap card. You know what? A lot of people at first try to argue with me. Even my friend argue with me, like the point that I listed why I don't hate Twitch, the affiliation trap, like the fake view account, this and that, a lot more stuff. Okay, there are a lot more stuff that is equally as bad as Kick as YouTube, but nobody actually willing to see it. So I always list all those things out, and at the end, most of my friends actually got convinced. Yeah, it's actually pretty scummy. But and then even they sometimes would say like, should I switch platform? You know, my only advice around the time, that was like 2 years ago, okay? At all those times. Um, if you have a platform, if you manage to earn money in there, don't. You can multi-stream if you want. Just think, like you can multi-stream. Don't give a fuck about that. Just multi-stream. To establish more wider base. Because Twitch is fucking beyond help at that point. That was like 2 years ago when I talk about this. Okay? Twitch is beyond help. 2 years ago. And now you guys seeing it. Like Twitch is completely fucked. I really need a reason for me not to be in Twitch anymore, to be honest. But the only reason why I'm now like still in Twitch is just to point a middle finger at people. Point a middle finger not at people, at Twitch. And I know there are still a lot of people in Twitch. I don't want my friends that unwilling to switch out from Twitch to not being able to like sometimes I drop by and say hi or chat with me sometimes. So I'm still there just only for that reasons. This is why I'm not affiliated. While I have like a high follower, like decent follower count, even back in the days I was like quite famous. I just choose not to. I abandoned most of everything in Twitch, but I'm still streaming in Twitch. The reason is I don't give a fuck. It's my lowest priority. If I encounter, if I'm multi-streaming, so if I ever encounter like encoder overload, my computer can't handle too many streams. The first platform I'm going to drop is fucking Twitch. I'm not even kidding. The first platform I'm going to drop is Twitch, just to like relieve like the encoding for my computer, for my poor computers. I don't need to be in Twitch. I never needed. Heck, I even got more chat and more people interact with me in YouTube than Twitch. I post a lot in Twitter, okay? For my art and stuff, I get less of an interaction and like in Twitter. But I posted on YouTube community. Yes, YouTube fucking communities. I get more like and chatter in there, like comment in there, reply in there, than gosh dang Twitter posts that got less than 30 views. Twitter sucks. Twitch sucks. Why everything starts with T sucks. Now I understand why Elon wanted to change the X. Besides, I like green colors. Okay? Cake also get a bonus point for being green. I know here's the thing. A lot of people actually don't like Cake and always give like excuse that Cake is a bad place because it's gambling play. The money's come from gambling. And also there's a lot of like bad actor in Twitch in Cake. There's also equally amount of gambling stuff in Twitch and equally amount of bad actor in Twitch. Way more. And here's the thing. Cake are way more honest about the stuff that happening in there than Twitch that try to hide those shit. Like, I like an honest person, which is still a scumbag, more than a scumbag that lie into your face. You know? I would be more forgiving a person being a scumbag and being honest about it than a scumbag that lie like, no, I'm not a scumbag, and then pretend to be the kindest person in the world. No, I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to tolerate that. In fact, I fucking hate that. I'm also a liar. I manipulate when I was a kid. When I was a teenager, I'm master of that kind of shit. And I hate that fact about me. Also, because of I'm that kind of person, I understand a manipulative person and a fucking liar way more than most people do. That don't lie and manipulate people. Manipulator, they do not have a moral. Trust me. They have a goal, and that they will achieve that goal. I talk about this a lot. That thought process is a way different thought process than you think. I have moral, so I decided choose not to go for the short end of the road. I'm just going to be very fucking honest to a lot of people. That's the only way that I can kind of like mitigate the manipulative and like lying part of me. So I'm just like a very, very down to earth, honest people. I know how to do a lot of evil shit. I just choose not to. Self-control, that is the most powerful thing for a liar and manipulators. But still, again, a guy who want to manipulate you, they will be a complete different person in front of you, and they will take advantage of every single aspect. Try to think about like you're trying to be a super well efficient gamer, okay? You're playing like a city building game. You try to maximize your efficiency as much as possible. That is how manipulative persons work. They use every single arsenal they have to achieve their goal. They know you trust them, if you trust them. So they do a good impressions. They know you trust them. You've been friends for a long time. They won't be in a way to think like, oh, I want to see something right behind you. So can you move to that like will go into your face, tell you politely, can you move to the left a little bit? I want to see something behind you. They won't do that. Well, they are doing that, but in that thought process, it's a completely different thought process. The thought process is, how do I make you move to the left? That is how they think. And then they will either, okay, I need to take advantage of the way you normally just heed my command. So, hey, can you move to the left without saying anything, without giving it explanation, without giving you like a why that you want them to move that way. They will just say that because they know that you will heed that command, or they know that you're afraid of spiders. They will find a way. Hey, there's a spider! Like point it at your right, and then you jump to the left. That is how a fucking manipulative person work. It's like that thing is not like how is that is like not like they have like a really high speed like 2 split second thought process of it. That is literally their second natures. This is how they behave. Like lying or like taking advantage of like what you are, or like what you what you would do or what you're afraid of, and then like immediately. So hi there, water lash be light, splash. Hello there, hello there. Too bad, too bad. You can't use the TTS in my vertical stream. You have to go to my horizontal to do that. I tried my best to always let it activate in my horizontal only. There's a reason for it, okay? There's a reason for it. Well, I don't have too good a reason for it. It's just that my TTS like system that I use is a little bit limited. They only able to like read one stream at a time. So I generally would just move the priority list like on the activity list is going to be on my horizontal stream rather than my vertical stream. Yeah, that's the thing. Yes, I've been chatting way more than drawing. Again, this is my last art commission, so I can like take my sweet ass time. Okay. Well, last commission for this month. I hope I get more commissions though. Do you guys have any friends that want art commissions? You can commission me to do anything. uh, why, thank you, Pathroot. Do you use route or root? It's a very different way for me to pronounce my language. Do mind my language. I learned how to speak English from watching Doctor Who. So, yeah. Have you ever had a cornbread before? Nope. Nope. I think I did. No. I have a potato bread before, but I don't have cornbread. Yeah. If you guys don't know potato bread does exist, you know. It's like they use mashed potato and then like mix it with the flours and then bake it a little bit like those kind of like how you do like a lot of like croissant, like the croissant technique, but using mashed potato with like some flour. It's really really good. And yeah, shoot. Mute Midori. Like you can ask anything. Like again, like, I'm a very honest person. Just try not to ask some things that is like completely personal. I might actually answer you. Like sometimes I can just choose not to answer. I did say I'm going to become like a very honest person, so like that's a thing. Like sometimes you guys like ask like very personal thing. I might actually answer you. It's already my second nature at that point, so sometimes I'm just doing something really stupid shit like doxing myself. But again, I actually show my face, so like it's fine. It's really funny that sometimes kids just come into my stream and say like, "Hey, you're a VTuber, right? Face reveal when?" And then I'll be like, "Now, Ah shit, I haven't taken a shower yet, so my hair is a mess. But let me roll back. So yeah. Oh, different scene. Ah, wrong scene. I have way too many scenes. Yeah, I kind of like usually like do a lot of streams, you know. It's just the problem is like I don't show my face a lot. It's not because that I'm shy or anything. It's just a hassle. Like imagine that you have to take a proper showers, do your hair, wear your nice clothes, not your comfy clothes. You know, like comfy clothes usually have a lot of hole because like it's a very wear out clothes. So, and then you don't have to like set up the lighting and stuff. You don't have to like do a lot of things. Like it's a hassle for you to like just show your face. Okay, it's not that I don't want to show my face. It's just being a VTuber is way more easier. Oh, about commissions, I can't figure out the rigging of the hand chest. Um, when you say chest, you mean like jiggle physic, right? Oh, I think here's the thing. I have the Yoho Yoho versions normally when I teach people, but I accidentally downloaded the wrong Yoho Yoho versions, so that is like the older versions. The best I can teach you is simulation effect. Okay, the simulation effect is like or I can just show you my teachers. Okay, I actually know that VTubers and like the rigger that taught me how to do rigging and stuff. I'm just going to like provide you the resources of a channel and stuff. You can watch her stuff and learn quite a lot of things. Obviously, she have a certain like art style. You may not like it because not a lot of people like a lips. You know, like she like to draw like a full like voluptuous lips for her characters. So like if you don't like lips things, like you can ignore that part. Okay, but she does do a lot quite a good like eye tutorial. Like you can see like how well like my eye is because like I learned most of my eye stuff from her. Okay, you can see this. Yeah, I learned most of my eye stuff from her. So how to do parallax, how to like do some things like like a lot of people have like the face when they move, it kind of feels like a sheet of paper is moving, like bending. Mine have a little bit much more different like way to kind of move my head. You kind of do notice that is also like her teaching on how to do like foreshadowing parallax animations for your like rigging. So it's I learned most of the thing from that. Actually, I learned almost one video from her how to do the eyes. And then once I learned how to do the eyes, I learned most of the system of the of like live 2D. And then I just like, do it my way. Like how to use the how to do the simulation effect, this and that, yeah, the other stuff. So that way kind of like I learned like 50% of it from her video and then like do the rest of the 50% on my own. This is why like my characters still look unique. You should do that too. Obviously you are a artist yourself. You will do that. um Again, I keep talking, I forgot to show her thing. So this is the channel of hers. You can go to playlist. She actually have like a live 2D, like how to live 2D by Yashino Art. That playlist is actually really important. Let you learn how to do layering, how to like rig an eye. Generally, like I say, you learn how to rig the eye and learn how to rig the XY of your head is kind of enough for you to know how to do like for you to learn how to do animation properly, like live 2D properly. Yeah, I used to be in her communities like years ago. Too bad we live in like a very opposite side of the land, so it's a little bit hard to communicate with her. I did chat with her in VC sometimes, but you know, as time passed, I kind of like have my move along, do my own things. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still very close to her mod though. Yeah, like Fies is actually a Malaysian too, so we kind of like, you know, have a lot of chat and stuff. Oh, not Fies. Is it Shara? Yes, like Shara. Like Fies is the last name of his like characters. Yeah, still reminding me like back in the days we just like everyone is just hang out in the Discord and chatting. Yeah, Yashina is quite a lovely person if you get to know her. And yeah, let's watch a Veritasium video while we kind of like, hey, we need to be a little bit more informative and like educated, okay? Let's watch something really, really like informative, like the light bulb one. Or do you guys want to learn like why are people getting dumber and dumber these days, especially on America? I'm not trying to shit on America. It's like an actual fact that something they did due to greed now is poisoning the entire water system. That most people right now are dumber just because of it. If you guys don't know, there's two things that they are doing it for themselves. One is fucking Teflon. I know Teflon doesn't kill, but the material that created Teflon is killing people. And not killing people, it's killing your brain cell. And then there's the second one, is the gosh dang lead in the car fume. Yes, there's lead in car fume back in the days. Nowadays, they kind of quote unquote say they don't have it. Technically, you would say like they uh, legally is they don't have it anymore, but there still be like 0.001% of lead in there. Too bad. So there's still a lot of lead in your air to a point, technically in every single country, but America still kind of like run that shit for quite a long time, and then they have a higher like when it comes to like safety stuff, they have like a higher tolerance for people to like get to. So it still have slightly higher lead content in the air right now, even right now, because lead doesn't really decay. So the amount of lead you guys produced back in the days is still kind of laying around like the floors and everything. So car move, air current works, still drags on like the entire current is still like maintained within like the American area. So the lead is not going anywhere. So the lead you guys produce is just going to accumulate more and more and more and more. And your food supplies, your this and that other stuff, everything contain a little bit amount of lead. While you guys have like this thing called like like FDA, um, that kind of like control the amount of lead in the food. But too bad, everything you do have a tiny amount of lead involved with it. Like the accumulation of lead that you do in your one daily activity is already exceed like a 200 to 300% of amount of lead. Unless you're living in a freaking jungle, you will still like receive like a minimum amount of lead in your bloodstream. That's bad. Like sometimes, if you think like why people are getting dumber and dumber, that might be the reasons. To be honest.
One single scientist created 3 inventions that accidentally caused the deaths of millions of people, including himself.
Yeah, this guy trying to prove that lead is safe drank a full cup of concentrated lead into his body. You can't make this shit up.
Not only that, they decreased the average intelligence of people all around the world, increased crime rates, and caused 2 completely separate environmental disasters that we are still dealing with today. Part of this video is sponsored by Ren. More about them at the end of the show. In 1944, as a young chemist who had just finished his master's, Claire Patterson went to work on the Manhattan Project, building the first
1080
nuclear weapons. His job
Well, I can
was
afford
to
it.
concentrate uranium-235, the fissile fuel for bombs, from the much more common uranium-238. And this required huge machines, mass spectrometers, which separated the 2 types of uranium by their slight difference in mass.
And then I'll proceed to drawing.
After the war, Patterson went back to grad school to get his PhD. He picked a research project that would take advantage of his experience with mass spectrometers, measuring the age of the Earth. Radioactive rocks are effectively clocks. Uranium-238, for example, decays into thorium, and then protactinium, and then 12 more decays, until it ends up as lead-206, which is stable. The rate of this decay is consistent and can be measured. It takes 4.5 billion years for half of a sample of U-238 to decay into lead-206.
Patterson's PhD project was to determine the age of the Earth by measuring the ratio of
Yeah, do you guys remember when I say lead is kind of forever thingy? Because lead is the decay of a lot of metal and a lot of mineral that artificially made by human or like natural. The last stage of decay is lead. So the reason why I say lead is going to be here forever and ever because they kind of like already the last stage of decay. Technically, there's like beyond last stage of lead, but still kind of going to take millions of years to reach another state. So it's going to be in humanity forever. All the lead that produced like in the world right now is just going to stay lead for a very long time.
uranium to lead.
Unless we ate it and then like we process it.
But to calibrate his instrument, first he used zircon crystals whose ages were known. Zircon is ideal for this purpose because when it forms, it contains trace amounts of uranium, but absolutely no lead. So any lead that you later find inside a zircon, you know must be the product of a uranium decay. Now, Patterson was tasked with measuring the lead content, and another student, George Tilton, measured uranium. Tilton's uranium measurements were fine. They matched predictions. But Patterson's lead measurements were all over the place, and they were many, many times higher than they expected.
We take George's uranium and my lead. Not right, Patterson. There was lead there that didn't belong there.
So where
Hello
was
there.
all this
Is it
extra
I?
lead coming
Oh,
from?
Claudia,
That
the
mystery?
studio mascot here. Want to chat with Kiri, but
Should I turn my TTS off? I think I should. You guys already know like when it's going to be able to use and not use. I'm just going to turn
would
my entire
take
TTS
over
off.
the rest of Claire Patterson's life and bring him to the literal ends of the earth.
In 1908, a woman was driving across the Belle Isle Bridge in Detroit when her car stalled.
Yeah, I'm kind of fine with like
Passing
stupid people
motorists
exist
stopped
because
to
like the
help.
Earth is kind
In
of
those
doomed a
days,
long time
cars
ago.
needed to be hand cranked to start. He knelt down and turned.
Like again, like this is like humanity's 100 IQ move that kind of already doomed like you know like sometimes like some things that domino effect that happens that doomed the humanities a long time ago. This particular era doomed humanities a long time ago. You can't really revert back. People are just going to get constantly getting more and more stupid. It's too late.
Turned the crank, and the engine roared to life, a little too suddenly. The man couldn't get out of the way, and the crank handle hit him in the face and broke his jaw. He died as a result of his injuries. His name was Byron Carter, and he was the founder of his own car company, so he was well connected in the Detroit auto scene. He counted among his close friends the founder of Cadillac, Henry Leland. Leland was so distraught over his friend's death that he resolved to eliminate hand cranks from his vehicles. Leland hired Charles Kettering to create a self-starting car, and by 1911, he had a working prototype.
Hand cranking was difficult and dangerous, and best left to men. But a car that started itself changed everything.
The world's first crankless car was the Cadillac Model 30. It was much more powerful than cars before it. It had a top speed of 45 miles per hour and 40 horsepower, double the Ford Model T. The Model 30 was a huge success for Cadillac, doubling the company's annual sales. But it had a problem. It was deafeningly loud. In internal combustion engines, a piston compresses the fuel-air mixture, which is then ignited by a spark from the spark plug. The expanding hot gases push the piston back down. The problem with the Model 30 engine was it compressed the fuel-air mixture more than previous models. So much, in fact, that often the fuel would spontaneously combust before the spark from the spark plug. So rather than orderly, perfectly timed explosions, you'd get multiple haphazard combustions leading to turbulent pressure waves inside the cylinder. The resulting sound led the problem to become known as engine knocking. Knocking wasn't just hard on the ears, it hurt the engine's performance. It reduced power output and lowered fuel efficiency. The vibrations also damaged the piston and walls of the cylinder, shortening the life of the engine. The good news was that engine knocking could be corrected by changing the fuel. Different fuels can withstand different levels of compression before detonating. N-heptane, for example, will spontaneously combust under only a little compression. Isooctane, on the other hand, can withstand a much higher compression ratio before it auto-ignites, so it's much less likely to cause knocking. To quantify how much compression a fuel can withstand, scientists came up with the octane rating system. They arbitrarily set isooctane to have a rating of 100 and N-heptane a rating of 0. Now, real fuels aren't made up of only these two ingredients. They're a mix of lots of different hydrocarbons, but the octane rating tells you what mixture of octane and heptane gives equivalent performance. For example, 98 octane fuel can withstand the same compression as a mixture of 98% octane and 2% heptane. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of 98 octane fuel and put it in this piston, and when I compress it, nothing happens, which is exactly what you'd expect. This fuel can withstand a lot of compression. Diesel has an octane rating of 20, so it acts like a mixture of 20% isooctane and 80% N-heptane. If I put a little bit of diesel in there, let's see what happens with the same compression ratio. There you go. You get a little explosion in there. That's because this is a low octane fuel. I mean, that's what diesel's meant to do. You compress it and it ignites. But you don't want this sort of fuel in an engine with spark plugs. The reason fancy cars demand high octane fuel is to prevent knocking in their high compression, high performance engines. Kettering wanted to find an additive which would increase the octane rating of ordinary fuel and eliminate knocking in high compression engines. So he hired 27-year-old engineer Thomas Midgley Jr. Midgley experimented with all sorts of compounds, from melted butter and camphor to ethyl acetate and aluminum chloride. He later wrote most of them had no more effect than spitting in the Great Lakes. Ethanol was an interesting exception. It did stop the knocking, but you needed a lot of it, about 10% of the fuel mixture for it to be effective. That much ethanol would be expensive and hard to turn a profit on. And Midgley was really after an additive that was cheap, easy to produce, and effective even at low concentrations. So he kept trying. Then he hit on tellurium. It worked wonderfully as an anti-knock agent, but it had a terrible smell. You couldn't get rid of it by changing clothes or bathing. His wife was so offended by the stench that he had to sleep in the basement for 7 months. Midgley wrote, "I don't think that, although this doubled the fuel economy, humanity would suffer this smell." On December 3rd, 1921, after 5 years of working on the problem, Midgley found what he thought was the perfect solution: tetraethyl lead. That's a lead atom right there in the center. This additive was exactly what he was looking for. It stopped the knocking, it didn't smell, it was cheap to produce and readily available. Best of all, you only needed 1 part in 1,000 for it to be effective. In a call to Kettering, Midgley said, "Can you imagine how much money we're going to make with this? We're going to make $200 million, maybe even more." That is over $3 billion in today's dollars. Now, for his discovery, the American Chemical Society gave him the prestigious Nichols Award, and they asked him to do a series of public talks, but Midgley declined. He and Kettering patented the process for making tetraethyl lead, and they called their new additive ethyl, perhaps so it might be confused with another common additive, ethyl alcohol. They made no mention of lead. Then they teamed up with 3 of America's largest corporations, General Motors, DuPont, and Standard Oil of New Jersey, to form the Ethyl Corporation. Their marketing was brilliant.
No man can look at the amazing record of accomplishment here in this research division without confidence that these men are going ahead with an eye to the future, looking for new facts and principles which will make things better and make life easier for all of us.
At the 1923 Indianapolis 500, the top 3 finishers all used ethyl, and the demand for leaded gasoline took off. To keep up, Ethyl Corporation had to build a new chemical plant in New Jersey, but the project began terribly. Within 2 months of operating, dozens of workers fell ill with lead poisoning. 5 of them died. To address the public outcry, Midgley held a press conference, and there he poured tetraethyl lead onto his hands.
Now do you know
inhaled
why
it
people
for a
sometimes
full
really
minute. He claimed he
freaking
could do
hate
this
like
daily
corporal
without harm.
respawn?
But Midgley
This is a result
knew
of
the
it.
dangers. The reason he had turned
Everyone
down
is
public
fucking
comment
poison.
was because he spent much of 1923 in Florida, where he himself was recovering from lead poisoning. He didn't go anywhere near his company's product if he could help it. Lead is dangerous even in small doses. It mimics calcium in our bodies, so there's no efficient way to get rid of it. And like calcium, lead can be stored in bones for years, meaning it can continue to poison the body long after the initial exposure. The organ most sensitive to lead is the brain. Lead breaks down the myelin sheath around axons and prevents the release of neurotransmitters. That's why common symptoms of lead poisoning are headaches, memory loss, and tingling in the hands and feet. And children are particularly susceptible. Lead exposure can cause permanent learning disorders and behavioral problems. And the dangers of lead had been known for hundreds of years. Already in 1786, Benjamin Franklin remarked that lead had been used for far too long, considering its known toxicity. You will observe with concern how long a useful truth may be known and exist before it is generally received and practiced on. He would have been aghast to learn that nearly 150 years later, scientists planned to add lead to fuel. Doctors
And
public health
food!
officials from MIT, Harvard, Yale,
And fucking
the US
food!
Health Service wrote to Midgley and warned them against producing tetraethyl lead. They called lead a creeping and malicious poison and a serious menace to public health.
I should boost the
Their
YouTube volume a little
concerns
bit higher.
were dismissed.
This model shows how just the right amount of fluid containing tetraethyl
Okay.
lead and dye is added to the gasoline.
No one doubted that a lot of lead was bad for you, but how much harm could a little lead do? By the 1950s, millions of motorists globally were burning lead in their cars and releasing it into the air. Some of that lead ended up on Claire Patterson's zircon samples, preventing him from determining their age. In 1952, he moved to Caltech, where he built a new lab from scratch. Suspicious of environmental contamination, he tore the electrical cables out of the walls to remove the lead solder. He cleaned the floors and benches daily with ammonia and made sure that air was always being blown out of the lab. To go inside, you had to wear a plastic bunny suit. Patterson basically invented the clean room. Inside that room, he turned his attention to the oldest rocks in the solar system, meteorites. All the original rocks on Earth had long since been destroyed by tectonic activity. But meteorites come from asteroids, which formed around the same time as Earth. They have just been drifting through space until they entered the Earth's atmosphere. So the best way to measure the age of the Earth was to measure the age of meteorites.
Patterson measured 5 meteorites, each with 3 different radiometric dating techniques, and he found they were all 4.55 billion years old. That number is within 0.15% of the currently accepted value for the age of the Earth. Before Patterson's experiment, people thought the Earth was 1 billion years younger. So Patterson had done it. He measured the age of the Earth. But he wasn't done getting rid of lead contaminants.
Public concern about lead exposure had continued to grow, but President of Standard Oil Frank Howard pushed back, saying, "We do not feel justified in giving up what has come to the industry like a gift from heaven on the possibility that a hazard may be involved."
Human greed. I hate to be like that person, but it's like even I want to be that person is kind of too fucking late at this point. But you can see the mistake of humanity. This is when we fucked up.
The lead in our environment, and
I can't like no amount of complaint can save this. Okay, no amount of hating corporate now can save this.
He began by measuring lead in the
just
oceans.
accept that we are fucked.
If it were natural, he expected
try
the
to
concentration
do our
of lead
best
to be the same regardless of depth.
With the
But if lead
debuff we
pollution
have.
had increased recently, it would be more concentrated near the surface. He took samples in the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans down to a depth of 4 kilometers. And sure enough, lead concentrations were nearly 10 times higher near the surface. Lead pollution was clearly recent, but when exactly had it occurred? To find out, Patterson had to go to Greenland and Antarctica. Ice cores record the level of lead in the air going back thousands of years. The levels of lead in the atmosphere have been elevated for the last 4,500 years. All of it is due to human activity, mainly smelting ores to make metal. You can see the rise and fall of the Greek and Roman empires, the dip caused by the Black Death in the 1300s, and of course the spike in the 20th century due to industrialization and tetraethyl lead. So what did this do to people? Well, Patterson looked at the lead levels in the teeth and bones of recently deceased Americans, and for comparison, he measured the lead in bones and teeth of Peruvian and Egyptian mummies. Since they lived over 1,600 years ago, they would have been exposed to much less lead in their lifetimes. He expected to find modern Americans had about 100 times as much lead in their bones, but results showed it was closer to a factor of 1,000. 20th century Americans had 1,000 times more lead in their bones than their ancestors. Studies of baby teeth revealed that even lead exposure well below the level considered safe resulted in delayed learning, decreased IQ, and increased behavioral problems.
And there is a broad consensus on the part of everybody except the lead industry and its spokesman that lead
That's why kids
is
is slowly
extremely
become a
toxic at
brat.
extremely low doses.
A follow-up study showed that those with higher levels of lead in their baby teeth were many times more likely to fail out of high school. As a result of studies like these, the CDC's guidelines for the acceptable level of lead in children's blood dropped from 60 micrograms per deciliter down to 3.5.
And even though we managed to fix this temporarily, it rises up back again. Do you know why? Lunchable and lots of kids' food. Obviously, in different countries, like we treat a little bit like food for kids a little bit differently. But on the American side, specifically on the American side, they have a lot of something called Lunchable, and also Mr. Beast Lunchly and stuff. All those things contain fucking lead. And all processed food that for kids contain fucking lead. Even though they have the quote unquote right amount of lead that doesn't harm people, it's fucking junk food. For kids, do you think you can eat one pack of fucking junk food and call it a day? No! You eat multiple pack of it, so you are way overdosed on lead a long ass time ago. I find this very sad. I find this very sad. Human greed can do lots of things. Like if you give people a limit, okay? If I put my chat have like chat rule, people will try their best to find like the tolerate point that you will tolerate. They will say some very bad shit, see that when you will act, when we will not act, and then they try to test the barrier that you have. That is human natures, I guess. For a lot of company, you give them a limit, they'll try to make everything that possible that up their money line and then make it as efficiency as possible. For them, it's just a fucking chart. And limitations is just something they try their best to optimize to reach the almost limit, to get a perfect score in their brain. And those things are, for them, the best thing. Lead is something of like a preservative for lots of food. Why? Because lead is so fucking poisonous, you can use it as a fucking preservative. That's the reasons. And more preserved that your food is, the more pristine condition your food is going to be. Hence, the lead. Why do you think like Lunchly, like the Mr. Beast one, starting have mold for the cheese? Because they don't have enough lead. It's not toxic enough to let the mold to grow. So yeah, that's the thing. They literally like preservative, like a lot of it is like natural preservatives is kind of good. Chemical preservative mostly. I can say a lot of them. It's not too good for human body, but still it doesn't kill our brain cell. But lead does. And those things, it's everywhere. And if you think that you can be smart and read the fucking food label, you know there's a reason why they don't write lead in their food label. FDA give them like there's like an average margin amount that you have to list that you have lead contained in your food. But if you're below that particular margin percentage amount, you don't need to list it inside like the labeling thingy there. Or you can or sometimes they just switch, like lump everything up and switch it into a fancier name. One of the many fancy name people created to kind of like to dupe people with is electrolyte. No, electrolyte is not like fancy way to like lump lead together, but electrolyte is fancy way to say they lump a bunch of like calcium, a bunch of like vitamin, all those kind of things like mineral, salt, sodium content like into the drink, and then they just lump everything together and call it electrolyte. But electrolyte is actually some very fucking vague word. Okay? It's not a like scientist 101, okay? They somehow created a new scientific term called electrolyte, long as it contained sodium, calcium, magnesium, and a certain few vitamin and also iron in there. You can lump everything together and call it electrolyte. The problem is they don't give a shit about the different amount. You can have 50% calcium in there, 2% magnesium in there, 5% like vitamin C in there, and then you lump the rest of the things together and become 100%, that you call it electrolyte. But also same time, I can call another drink B having a lot of electrolyte by having maybe 50% magnesium in there, 1% iron in there, 5% like a calcium in there. It's a stark difference from drink A and drink B, but we both can say electrolyte because of it. It's some things that FDA and a lot of scientists trying to fight about it, because like a lot of company literally just use the word electrolyte that kind of dupe a lot of people. This is why prime drink is such a shit drink for a lot of people eyes, because they did say they have electrolyte, but that electrolyte is like different concentration of something very, very fucking useless. And overdose of it doesn't really do too much. I know there are lots of people, some people actually do somehow really like prime drink. I don't even like Gatorade, so that's the thing. 100 Plus, Gatorade, or any like electrolyte drinks, I kind of like have like big issues with it, because sometimes, like I say again, because I see the marketing ploy behind them, it's kind of like stupid. Lots of people don't see it. A lot of normie don't know it. That's the thing. Even you educate people, telling them that it's not going to be useful because they don't really have the capacity to keep remembering those kind of shit. Like the only thing we can actually do is actually like making like FDA or like some very important things to kind of like switch the pattern of it. But too bad it's like not possible. Human society is a little bit hard to difficult to penetrate on it. I long given up on fighting this kind of stuff, but I have a lot of knowledge about this kind of stuff. If you guys really want to know a lot about this, I can like more or less provide you the reason to fight for this and how to properly fight it. I don't have the resources. I don't have like the brain power to fight this kind of things. I'm already having like difficulty taking care of myself. I'm not going to taking care of the entire humanity while I can't take care of myself. That's the thing. Like, I say a lot of times I used to be those kind of like, environmentalist fighter, but not tree huggers. I'm not going to sit in the fucking road, like on the fucking road, blocking people away. I'm not going to toss paint into other people like wall out of no reasons. The best you can ever do is to create a communities of people actually using green technologies. Prove them that actually works. If you're really risking your life to get jail sentence from tossing like yellow paint, wasting resources and money and time just to get the lawyer fee to get yourself like a non-verdict, you just get a slap on the wrist, or sitting on a fucking road blocking people on doing actual important things, that risking your life of getting running over. A lot more people getting run over, getting shot because of this. Like, you literally are risking your life for this. If you really want to risk your life for that, why don't you actually do a 9 to 5 job, risking your fucking life, doing overtime every day, earn a shit tons of money, use all those money, donate into an actual green technology development sections, so they can create more recyclable technologies, more useful technologies that is environmental friendly. And even funding like a communities of green tech like cities or town, just create a concept town and then everyone lived in it. And if you're capable to live fine with it, you can prove them that you can live like this and live an equal exchange of life. That you can abandon like the phone you're using now. Use this thing. It's the fucking same thing. You can use like the technologies that we have now. It's the fucking same thing. You can just switch. No issues. And people, like, the reason a lot more green technology exists but nobody using it is because the transition fee is expensive. You have to abandon a lot of things. You have to sell a lot of things that are lost to actually exchange yourself in greener technologies. No fucker want that. So, you just have to burn out your fucking life and give those money to those people, transition to a greener life then. Create a company that help people that. Create a company that go to various different like factories that manufacturing all your phones and monitors and computers, all the electronic stuff, they are actually creating a lot more toxic waste than you think. And then using those, okay, go to using those money you have, create, establish and develop a much more good filtering technologies that will filter the poisonous shit they actually made. Hi there, Meliat. It's been a while. But let me continue like this particular part. It's going to sound a little bit ugly, okay? There's way too many like those kind of things. Like, well, what's I again? Yes, develop a better technology and provide them a free service. You're going to add those filters for them for free. Do those things for free. Like people doing company and industrial stuff again, like they unwillingly to switch stuff is because it costs money, or like make a better protection or better filtering system is because it costs money. So if you decided to do those things, it's just going to help the environment more, rather than just sit on the freaking road and get run over. Okay. Sorry that I was like in a little bit heat talking about something. Because watching this kind of like reminds me a lot of things. Hi there, Melody. It's been a while. Why this is balls raid? Such a ballsy raid you guys have there. Yeah, I was like doing a little bit of drawing, a little bit of like watching YouTube at the same times. This is like the YouTube. This particular episode is like the Veritasium, talking about you know, humanity is kind of fucked because 10 years ago, not like 10 years ago, like what kind of age is this? Like 50 years ago, almost more than 50 years ago. Yeah, we kind of fucked ourselves a long time ago, sadly. The lead content, yes, it did kind of like drop in our bloodstream for children's, but the problem is it rise back again because like all the food we have now, everything we do have now, like have like a certain amount of lead back again. So people are getting dumber because of that.
As far as we know today, there is no safe level of lead. Globally, lead is believed to be responsible for nearly 2/3 of all unexplained intellectual disability.
According to a study published in 2022, more than half of the current US population, that's 170 million people, were exposed to high levels of lead in early childhood. Those born between 1951 and 1980 are disproportionately affected. The authors estimate that in aggregate, lead caused a loss of more than 800 million IQ points. The world is less intelligent today because of leaded gasoline.
But there are even more troubling correlations. The US saw a steady rise in crime from the 1970s to the 1990s. Then it abruptly declined. This graph looks eerily similar to a plot of preschool blood lead levels, just offset by 20 years.
The obvious question is, did kids who were exposed to higher levels of lead grow up to commit more crimes than they otherwise would have? You might think this is just a spurious correlation, but the same pattern appears in many countries, including Britain, Canada, and Australia. And we know there's a causal connection between lead exposure and antisocial or violent behavior. A study of 340 teenagers found that those who were arrested were 4 times as likely to have elevated lead in their bones than similar demographic controls who didn't have run-ins with the law. Now, this doesn't mean that lead is responsible for all of the increase in crime, but it's very likely responsible for some of it.
Now, it's tough to estimate the precise death toll of lead. One of its lesser-known effects is a hardening of the arteries, leading to increased cardiovascular disease. A study from 2018 found lead was likely responsible for 250,000 heart disease deaths per year in the US.
Assuming a constant rate over the past century, that amounts to 25 million deaths in the US alone. Globally, the figure may approach 100 million. Most of those deaths are due to Midgley's decision to put lead in gasoline, a substance he knew firsthand was toxic, but he did it anyway to maximize profits. And the problem is not over. Current estimates of deaths caused by lead range from 500 to 900,000 per year. A 2020 UNICEF report warns that 1 in 3 children globally, that's over 800 million children, have blood lead levels at or above 5 micrograms per deciliter.
A lot of this lead now comes from batteries and industrial processes, but some is still due to Midgley's invention.
Now, after Midgley's success with ethyl, he was put in charge of another engineering project. GM wasn't just making cars, but also household appliances. And fridges had a problem. The 2 most common gases used as refrigerants were methyl formate and sulfur dioxide. One is highly toxic, the other is flammable. Midgley was tasked with creating a safer alternative, and in 1928 he developed a non-toxic and non-flammable refrigerant, dichloro-difluoromethane.
You know,
GM
basically,
called this new product
this one
Freon
fucker destroyed the
to
world.
demonstrate Freon safety.
Again, let me show this guy face. I hate to say this one fucker destroyed the whole world. The humanity is screwed because of this guy. Because now your fridge is running with lead, your car is running with lead, your food is running with lead, your phone is running with lead, everything is running with lead because of this fucker going into various projects and introduce them. Do you know our God and Savior lead? Well, he didn't introduce the lead, like entire whole lead to people, but he introduced a lot of process and stuff that require fucking lead. So I fucking hate this guy, actually.
Substance he knew firsthand was toxic, but he did it anyway to maximize profits. And the problem is not over. Current estimates of deaths caused by lead range from 500 to 900,000 per year. A 2020 UNICEF report warns that 1 in 3 children globally, that's over 800 million children, have blood lead levels at or above 5 micrograms per deciliter.
A lot of this lead now comes from batteries and industrial processes, but some is still due to Midgley's invention.
Now, after Midgley's success with ethyl, he was put in charge of another engineering project. GM wasn't just making cars, but also household appliances. And fridges had a problem. The 2 most common gases used as refrigerants were methyl formate and sulfur dioxide. One is highly toxic, the other is flammable. Midgley was tasked with creating a safer alternative, and in 1928 he developed a non-toxic and non-flammable refrigerant, dichloro-difluoromethane. GM called this new product Freon, and to demonstrate Freon safety, during the unveiling at the American Chemical Society, Midgley inhaled a lungful of this gas and blew out a candle. In the following decades,
This motherfucker. Well, I do admit that he has balls, but this motherfucker.
CFCs like Freon became very popular and were used as solvents and aerosols. The problem is CFCs are light and stable. When released into the atmosphere, they climb up into the stratosphere, where they can remain for 50 to 100 years. But if a CFC molecule is hit by an ultraviolet photon of just the right energy, it breaks apart, releasing a chlorine atom. And this chlorine atom can then react with ozone, breaking it apart into chlorine monoxide and oxygen gas. The result was another environmental disaster, the hole in the ozone layer. With less ozone, more UV light penetrates the atmosphere, increasing the rates of skin cancer and cataracts. Plus, CFCs are potent greenhouse gases. Per kilogram, they produce 10,000 times more warming than CO2.
See? This motherfucker, like, some people might want to like create like a time machine, just go back in the time and shoot the motherfucking Hitler. I would say like you actually should build a time machine, go back to this era and shoot this motherfucker instead.
The historian John
Everything wrong with the environment and wrong with how people being stupid right now is because of this guy. This fucker.
McNeill wrote that Midgley had more impact on the atmosphere than any other single organism in Earth's history. An agreement to phase out CFCs, the Montreal Protocol, went into effect in 1989, and the ozone layer is now showing signs
This
of
guy,
recovery, although it will take many
unironically,
more
okay,
decades
unironically, did way more damage than Hitler does, without knowing.
to fully recover. In 1940, at the age of 51, Midgley contracted polio and became physically disabled. So to help him get up, he devised a mechanical bed controlled by a series of ropes and pulleys. On November 2nd, 1944, while using the contraption, he became tangled in the ropes and died of strangulation. Thanks to the work of Claire Patterson, it became clear that the lead in our environment is not natural. Burning lead in combustion engines spread the toxic element across the planet, into the air, oceans, the snow at the South Pole, and even our bones. Japan was the first to ban leaded fuel in cars in 1986, but other countries soon followed suit. Algeria was the last to do so in 2021. The UN calculates that the elimination of lead from gas saves over 1 million lives per year and $2.45 trillion. But leaded gas is still used, by the way, in piston-driven airplane engines. That's now the largest source of lead emissions into the air in the US.
And it's in the fucking
You
sky!
will observe with concern how long a useful truth may be known and exist before it is generally received and practiced on. When I first learned about Thomas Midgley and Claire Patterson, I was amazed by how much harm or how much good a single person could do to the environment, which brings me to the sponsor of this video, REN, an organization that's taking action on climate.
Yeah, like I say, I'm not an environmentalist advocate anymore, but still at the end, like, watching this does make your blood boil, right? It's not like I'm not like anti-capitalist. I'm not anti this, anti that. I'm not even a political person. So I anti-stupid people. And to be frank, this is the most stupidest thing humanity done out of greed. Out of fucking greed. Nowadays, people still thinking like short-term stuff more than long-term stuff. And in all honesty, short-term stuff does get a lot more short-term benefit, like right in your sight the moment you do it. So people would actually rather choose the short-term stuff rather than long-term stuff. For me, I always choose the long-term stuff, but because I always choose the long-term stuff, my life is kind of fucked because of that. So again, like I say, this is a lot of things that you have to like process, think about, yada yada stuff. Lots of things. So yeah, you have to have like a well mix of both. This is all I can like truly honestly tell lots of people about, but the rest of it is just that it really depends on you. And then here comes another one. Yes, we are so fucked. No, I don't need Espanol.
With anything.
In 1929 in Chicago, people kept mysteriously dying inside their homes. It took 15 deaths for the authorities to realize that these people were getting killed by their fridges. Because fridges back then were no longer just boxes of ice. Instead, they relied on a chemical looping through the back to stay cold. And the best chemical for this job was methyl chloride, a toxic and virtually odorless gas. So if it somehow leaked from the fridge, it could kill you without warning. Other fridges used flammable gases instead, so a leak combined with a spark from the stove, and your house could suddenly go up in flames. So one company tried to solve this problem, but in the process, they accidentally created a seemingly magical substance. Soon, it made its way into a huge range of products, which were so popular, they ended up in nearly every home in America. But what people didn't know was that these products came at a price. The chemicals used to make them were being released into the environment, slowly poisoning everyone on the planet.
Fun fact, even though this thing is about like Teflon, but Teflon does not kill people. But the method to apply Teflon on shit is killing people. If you guys don't know, it's basically Teflon is just a slippery substance. Very slippery, in fact. They can't stick onto anything. So how do you guys actually able to stick stuff like on things? Okay, it's very easy. Okay, put glue on it. But due to like the process of how to stick on it, they use a very certain type of glue. Those kind of glue, they have to wash it off after they apply the Teflon on by heating it up. So remember, when you heat stuff up, there's a chemical process. When the chemical process happens, it turns that glue into toxic, and they dump those glue into the river. Even now, the fucking river is poisoned, especially in America. Like the main manufacturing place of the Teflon like glue stuff is actually in America. So yeah, you guys should invest a little bit on like water filter stuff. Tails Foundry? No. Are you talking about like the things that like the female writing a lot of like smut content, like putting out on the internet and Amazon like books and then sell like really really well, like jerking off a gosh dang mini toys and stuff? If you're going to talk about that, I only know a tiny little bit about it. I don't even want to get close to it. It's almost like furry stuff for me. It is furry actually, but still, yeah. I don't question other people, like, taste, okay? Men's got hentai. Girls can watch their, like, like, you know, really, really highly, fantasized monster dick. You've been drawing on passport out using Pinterest as reference. Too bad. Pinterest is kind of got invaded and kind of consumed by AI. I kind of like personally didn't like Pinterest a long time ago. Yeah, if you don't know, for female, like, here's the thing. A lot of people think like guys is degenerate. They have a lot of like, if you go to watch like the hentai page, you see a lot of fucked up stuff. I can tell you one thing, actually 50% of, like, not even 50, 70% of fucked up stuff is actually been drawn by girls. And right now, the most popular things among, like, female stuff that a lot of girls actually read and watch is smut about human and animal. Oh, not actually animal, you know, like half beast. Like werewolf, minotaurs, a lot more stuff. Well, horse dick kind of like revolve around it. I'm in YouTube, I shouldn't say that too much, but still. Those things does exist. And yeah. I can tell you one thing. The worst part is 100% of the reader. 100% actually. There's not even like 99.99%. Okay, 100% the reader of those books are female audience, written by female, for the female. Yeah. And they calling guys are degenerate watching gosh dang porn. At least we watch human, okay?
Planet, including me.
We have standard. Do you think tentacle porn is actually coming out from like guys' minds? It's girls that one that created, not guys, you know?
You have high levels of a chemical you never heard of.
It shocks me. Like, where could this have come from?
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, massive worldwide contamination.
Yeah, then that's the thing. Like, I know there are guys. There are also guys that don't like porn too. The problem is every single time when it comes to conversations, guys are the degenerate one, not the girls. I always hate the fact that the one-sided feeling there, and then girls actually are the most fucked up ones sometimes when they want to be fucked up. I'm not even kidding. You can try to go search about it, like girls with monster, you know, like a werewolf, like this and that kind of smut that exists. You might actually get hooked on it if you decided to read or like do a little bit of like research about it. Who knows? Because all female that reads it actually likes it. Imagine like they literally, here's the thing, like there's like one thing like I heard about from a friend who actually read this kind of stuff. There's like one of them, one of those book, they literally spend 3 fucking page detailing, talking about the veins on the dick of that fucking minotaur. How it pulsating, how the vein works, this and that, yada yada stuff. The inner working of a gosh dang cow dick. Yes! Written by women, by the way, and it's for women to read too. 3 fucking page long. How can you write something so detailed? 3 fucking page they're required.
By completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
This is a video about one of the biggest chemical cover-ups in history. For legal reasons, I want to note that this investigation is based on publicly available documents, recordings, and third-party opinions. All sources are linked in the description. The story all began with an attempt to save lives. In 1936, a chemical company called DuPont set out to find a safer alternative to the gases used in fridges, one that was neither toxic nor flammable. Their lead scientist on the project was a 27-year-old chemist named Roy J. Plunkett. He was experimenting with a gas called tetrafluoroethylene, or TFE. It's a pair of double-bonded carbons, each bonded to 2 fluorine atoms. One morning, as Plunkett was setting up a test, his assistant picked out a cylinder full of TFE and twisted the valve. But nothing came out. Plunkett thought the gas must have leaked, but the cylinder still weighed about as much as a full one, so he grabbed a saw and cut the cylinder in half. Inside, he was shocked to see it was full of a white, slippery powder. So what happened to the gas? Well, what the chemist reasoned was that under the high pressure of the cylinder, one of the double bonds between the carbons in TFE must have broken. And now those two carbon atoms each had a bonding site free, so one of them probably grabbed onto a carbon from a different TFE molecule, breaking its double bond, and then that molecule did the same, and the process repeated again and again until all of the TFE was trapped in these long chains. The gas had polymerized into polytetrafluoroethylene, forming this slippery powder. Plunkett just wanted to get rid of it, because it ruined his experiment. But before throwing it out, he decided to do some tests on it. So he tried pouring water on it, but the water just beat it off. So he tried acid. Again, nothing happened. Then he tried the strongest base he had, but that wouldn't melt it either. Plunkett went through all of the solvents in the lab, but the powder remained intact. It wouldn't melt, corrode, or react with anything. It was seemingly indestructible. The reason it was so indestructible was because of this bond, the carbon-fluorine bond. See, out of all of the elements, fluorine is the greediest, the most electron-hungry atom. Its outer shell is a single electron away from being complete, which would make it perfectly stable. So fluorine really, really wants that electron. And because it's so small compared to most other elements, the protons in its nucleus can get close to the electrons of other atoms. And because of their positive charge, they pull on them really hard. So near a carbon atom, fluorine grabs onto one of the carbon's electrons to complete its outer shell. And this keeps the two atoms bonded together. But the fluorine isn't done there. It keeps tugging on the carbon's electrons, pulling them closer to itself, which makes fluorine slightly negatively charged and the carbon slightly positive. So now there's an electrostatic attraction that makes this bond even stronger. Now, in reality, electrons behave more like fuzzy clouds than the orbiting points in this animation, but the principle still holds. In terms of energy, this is actually the strongest single bond a carbon can form. So if other atoms or molecules get close, they're essentially ignored. And Plunkett's magic powder was completely covered in carbon-fluorine bonds, so
Humanity invention two things. The greatest indestructible things. It's so fucking destructible. The end of Earth and humanity's, this kind of things will still leave intact and forever and ever float into the space, deep cold space, in the far-flung futures. That human is no longer exist. This thing will still exist. Polyethylene, plastic, and this thing is just going to exist forever and ever. Human has created a thing that's so indestructible. We really cannot destroy it. And then when we can't destroy it, we be like, cool, let's use that. Same with AI. One day, they will become indestructible because they are already indestructible. And they are going to destroy us. I don't mind AI again. It's just, I can see some things going to happen in the future. So here's the thing. I'm a guy with foresight. I can actually see a lot of things. Like in futures, there's just going to be a lot of mess with AI. And it's like I say with plastic, I say with a lot of like those kind of lead stuff. I say with a lot of like how human trying their best but still not doing that well kind of things. Like, I have the foresight to see things like in the far-flung futures, and we are technically already doomed a long time ago. It's not like I'm trying to be a doomer, you know? Because I already accept it, and then just try my best to live my life at the moment. Because no matter how much we're trying to do, it's kind of fucked. Like, this is one of the reasons. I know a lot of people don't like the fact that Elon Musk like obsessed with fucking Mars, okay? He kind of already know all this thing a long time ago, and Earth is actually beyond help, and then he is trying his best to get the fuck off Earth. Maybe he won't be able to like enjoy the luxury life he's going to establish in Mars, but at least he will know like humanity can survive for the until like humanity like on Earth like go completely fucked up on everything. Well, That's the thing. No crappy art software is crappy, to be honest. If you have the skill, everything is just fine.
It hardly reacted with anything. Okay, so he's got this incredibly nerd stuff. Was he really trying to get rid of it?
He actually didn't know what to do with it, because, like, what do you do with a material that doesn't, react with anything? But luckily, his employer, DuPont, they were actually working with the US Army on the Manhattan Project. So they were refining uranium and plutonium, because of course there's a World War II reference in a Veritasium video. You just have to have it.
To get the fuel for nuclear bombs, enriched uranium, you first have to turn the uranium into a gas, uranium hexafluoride. It was a nasty chemical that corroded everything. So all the gaskets, seals, and miles of pipe in the plant at Oak Ridge had to constantly be replaced, slowing down production.
But then DuPont was like, listen, we have this seemingly indestructible chemical, right? It doesn't react with stuff, it doesn't corrode, so maybe we can try and use it against uranium hexafluoride. So they get a bunch of this powder, they cram it together under high pressure to create these cakes, essentially. Now you had a solid of this material that you could machine into gaskets and cylinders that you could push into these pipes. They put these tube linings into the pipe, and boom, it works like magic, like a charm. The uranium hexafluoride was no match for this magic material.
As Gordon Fee, the manager of the nuclear weapons plant, put it, there was never a substitute considered, as far as I know.
The material worked so well that the Army wanted to use it for everything.
The same gaskets and seals were installed into fuel tanks and airplane engines to protect them from oil and water. And weapons manufacturing plants no longer had issues with the corrosive nitric acid needed to make explosives. DuPont saw the potential too, so they trademarked the material in 1944.
They didn't trademark it under the name polytetrafluoroethylene, because admittedly, that name kind of sucks. So they took TE from tetra, FL from fluoro, and then they had a bunch of these other miracle materials, rayon, nylon. So they took ON from the end of those.
If one day, here's the
boom.
thing, if one day Veritasium disappeared, we know what happened.
Nice. Okay. Good name. Under the Army's order, DuPont ramped up Teflon production at their test plant in Arlington, New Jersey, giving their whole supply to the government. But DuPont struggled to produce enough Teflon to meet the military's demand. As their Arlington scientists put it, the major advantages of polytetrafluoroethylene, solvent resistance and high thermal stability, offer obstacles from the standpoint of ease in fabrication.
You could only really mold Teflon into solids, so gaskets, seals, pipes, but you couldn't put it into water to make a spray because it doesn't dissolve in water. They actually didn't know anything that dissolved Teflon, but there was an even bigger problem at that point.
To polymerize TFE into Teflon, you can add a reactive atom or molecule that will hijack the first carbon double bond and start the reaction. This is called the initiator, and the bond formed between it and the first TFE molecule releases a small amount of energy. Then, a bit of energy is also released when the next TFE molecule joins the chain, and the next, and the next. And if the process isn't controlled, the reaction gets very hot very quickly. And if it gets above 200 degrees Celsius, TFE rapidly decomposes into carbon and tetrafluoromethane, which releases even more energy all at once. This caused a massive explosion at the Arlington plant in 1944, killing 2 workers.
You need a way to dissipate the heat, take the heat away from the reaction without it staying in there and therefore expanding and creating that explosive force.
Yeah, and one of the ways to do that was to have the reaction happening in water, because water can absorb a huge amount of energy before it ever heats up.
But if you inject TFE into a water cylinder, the gas doesn't dissolve. Even at high pressure, most of the TFE just stays on top. So if you add an initiator, the polymerization is triggered in one place, and so it can still cause an explosion. What you need is some way to disperse the TFE throughout the water first, and to do that, DuPont needed help. In 1951, they purchased a special acid from 3M, the company behind Scotch tape. This acid, called PFOA, looked almost exactly like Teflon. It had a chain of 8 carbon atoms covered in fluorines, but at the other end, there was a double-bonded oxygen and an OH group. That's what makes it an acid. And since there were 8 carbons in the chain, DuPont also referred to the acid as C8. The tail end of C8, like Teflon, was hydrophobic, but the acid head group loved water. It was hydrophilic.
So when you add C8 into water, the molecules rearrange themselves so that the heads touch the water, but the Teflon-like tails don't. They create little bubbles all throughout the water, which are virtually dry on the inside. If you now inject TFE and stir the whole mixture up, well, the hydrophobic gas ends up in the middle of these C8 bubbles. And those bubbles are dispersed everywhere, evenly throughout the water.
You know what this reminds me of? Is soap.
Yeah.
So it's the great combiner that allows like oil and water to mix.
And now if you sprinkle in initiator molecules, the initiator molecules also go into these bubbles. They start the polymerization reaction. So from TFE to Teflon. But now, since it's happening spread all throughout these bubbles, the heat is evenly dissipated throughout the water and no one explodes.
And since Teflon is now suspended in a solution, you can spray it onto surfaces like a coating.
This thing doesn't stick to anything. How do you stick it to the gaskets? You know, how do you actually use it?
Yeah. That's a good question. So the trick was actually the surface had to be really rough. So what you do is you sandblast it to create grooves and imperfections at this like nanoscopic level. Now, if you spray a coating on, what happens is if you heat it up, the water evaporates, the C8, it also evaporates, but Teflon, instead of it evaporating, it just softens up. So although there's no chemical interaction here, now it's mechanically stuck to the surface. That's how they got it to stick.
With the war over, the Army lifted the secrecy bans on the Teflon patents, and DuPont was allowed to sell it commercially. And suddenly, people all over the world were coating everyday items in Teflon, trying to create a world-changing product. One day in 1954, a French engineer, Marc Gregoire, tried putting Teflon on his fishing gear to prevent tangles.
But then his wife saw him doing that, and her reaction was that this is absolute nonsense. No one is ever going to use this. You should do something that someone's actually going to use. So how about you put it on a pan? Make a pan non-stick.
And once these pans hit the market, it was a cooking revolution.
Teflon, Teflon,
Teflon.
And DuPont knew exactly how to market it.
Even oatmeal won't stick to Teflon.
Hey, neat! Let me try.
And it wasn't just non-stick pans. Teflon, C8, and chemicals like it were used in everything.
Slipaway contains the magic of DuPont Teflon.
Suddenly, we had Teflon stain-resistant carpets and stain protection sprays like 3M's Scotchgard. Jackets lined with Teflon were waterproof and breathable.
Gore-Tex is the brand name.
Teflon was so inert that medical implants made out of it wouldn't be rejected by the body. It was used to coat the Statue of Liberty's steel framework to save it from corrosion. And even bullets were coated with Teflon to minimize the damage they did coming out of the gun barrel. The term Teflon was so ubiquitous that when the Italian mobster John Gotti was being prosecuted in the late 1980s, none of the charges against him would stick, so he was dubbed Teflon Don. By the late 1990s, the Teflon business generated roughly $1 billion in yearly sales for DuPont.
Teflon has a great future, and its uses will be many.
The chemicals were everywhere, even where they shouldn't be.
There's something wrong with this water. They won't tell us what it is.
The man behind the camera is Earl Tennant, a farmer in West Virginia.
And this is what they expect a man's cows to drink on his own property.
He suspected that something in this creek was poisoning his cows.
This is 153 of these animals that I've lost on this farm. You can see the discoloration in the hair here on her neck. And they keep trying to tell me there's nothing wrong with these things. I can call the West Virginia State Veterinarian, and the only thing he asked me is, do you have a good attorney?
So, Shannon.
Earl was desperate, so he hired a lawyer.
He came to our offices armed with boxes of VHS videotapes. We started watching these videotapes, and, there was a serious problem here.
Something wrong with this cow. Slobber's running clear to the ground.
The animals were wasting away, and they were skin and bones, and they had tumors and black teeth, and you could see on the videotape white foam coming out of the pipe on this landfill next door with these animals standing in the white foam. The hair on their hooves was being eaten off by whatever was in the water.
This is a lower pipe. Do see what's coming out of it.
Oh, remember, this kind of shit is in your water, actually.
The marking of
If you're American, this kind of shit is actually in your waters.
And the landfill
Because
that
this
pipe
company
was
is
draining
all
from
is
belonged
not
to
like
DuPont's
worldwide company.
massive
It's
factory
literally
complex outside of
in
Parkersburg,
America
West Virginia,
only.
just
Because
6
it's such a
miles
gosh
away.
dang secret technique.
That
They
factory
don't want other
was
people to do it.
Washington Works, the first commercial Teflon plant. It provided jobs
There's so
for
many
almost
different
2,000
kind
people
of
in
like
the town.
Teflon chemical,
DuPont's
like
presence was felt
byproduct chemical
everywhere.
in your waters.
I have been a
You
resident
have to
of
go to
Parkersburg
different
for
regions.
48
You have to
years.
check
I do not work
like
for the DuPont company,
your region
but
have
I
what
have seen
kind of
how their people have done
Teflon
much for
chemical
the
in
cultural
there
growth of this community.
to filter a hyper specific chemical in your waters.
Softball, and more than 20 areas equipped for cookouts and family picnics.
DuPont took care of the community. So when the townfolk got word that Earl Tennant hired a lawyer to investigate, they shunned him and his family.
As his sister-in-law put it, we'd walk into a restaurant and everybody in the restaurant would get up and leave. But Earl wasn't scared off, and neither was Rob.
I thought this was going to be pretty straightforward.
See, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, dictates exactly which chemicals are safe to be disposed of in a landfill and in what amounts.
We would get those records and permits, and it would tell us which chemical was causing this problem. But none of those records were really showing anything that was really causing a problem, nothing that would explain that white foam.
Whatever was in Earl's water wasn't on the permits. Now, already in the 1950s, people knew that Teflon, specifically PTFE, was pretty safe. It's a long and extremely inert molecule, so if you ingest it, your body just flushes it out.
Yeah,
However,
it's just
if you
so
heat Teflon to 350
indestructible.
degrees
It would
Celsius,
just flow out of your
starts
body.
releasing fumes that make people
It's so
sick.
fucking slippery.
This
You just
often
piss
happened
it
to
out
workers in Teflon plants.
and shit it out.
Stray PTFE powder would fall onto their cigarettes as they were working, and then later they would accidentally smoke one of these cigarettes. Luckily,
Ooh. You know, there's a lot of like simple way to actually do like bubble and animations. I can actually like do this for you. Hold on a little bit. Let me have this. Okay, first, imagine you have like a glass. Okay, have a glass, a vial, or something like that. If we're gonna do water animations, okay. Let me turn this thing into blue color first. Ooh, too blue. Yep. Nice. Okay, this thing is blue. Then I'm going to let's have the some colors, okay? It's not going to be like 100% accurate, just using it as like a, you know. And then here is the inner part of the glasses, okay? And then you have a strange green liquid, okay? You have a strange green liquid on this. Oh, wait. You need a separate layer, okay? Create one more layers. So this is a new layers, okay? This blue, this deeper colors of blue is the new layers. Just pretend this thing like exists in the entire thingy, okay? This is new layers. This is at the inside of the test tube. And you can make two more layers, okay? Two more layers. Clip on top of this particular blue layers, okay? Have a green liquid. Like this. And then have another brighter versions of the green liquid working opposite, okay? Let me try to unclip them first, okay? You can do like a very big area. How many wave, how much wave you want, just do whatever you want, okay? You do something like this, and then you do something like this. Okay, now you have this two wave. And if I clip them right underneath this blue things, if I move this thing to the left and then move this thing to the right while at it, you feel like this thing is moving, right? The water is like swirling around. So for you to do a animation of it, you just have this 2-layer clip onto that one particular layers, and then let me start animations. Okay. So this animations, I will click on the layer 5, this one, and then tween them, this one, tween them, just make them much more easier for you. I'm just going to mark them over here. This one also mark them over here. Okay. I'm going to slosh them around, okay? 1 second. I'll move them this particular like outside, like the green area, I will move them to here, okay? And then to here, I'll shift them back to here. Yeah, it literally can do still image. You don't even have to draw so much of it. This is like the most simplest way to do it, and it still look really fine. You can add a little bit even more layer in between. I think the maximum like layer you can have is like 4, but generally like depends how are you going to do more stuff. This is like an easier version for you to do it. Actually, I don't even have to do. I just have to like copy this thing. Yeah, this is like liquid like sloshing around, essentially. Like depends on your animation like understanding, you can do something similar like this to various like timing degree, so you can make like kind of like ease in and ease out with the animations of the liquid. But so far again, like I say, like you can I'm just making an example, so it's not going to be like the best way to do it, but it is like a way to do it. Oh, I already put left, so I'm going to do this on the right. And then this thing, I'm going to do it on the left. Then I'm going to copy the same movement to the right. To the right, to the right. Ooh, to the left, to the left. Ooh. And then I can just start playing it. It's really fast. I kind of like go full left and full right while they're in the middle. So it's kind of like they are like zipping at the moment. Oh, they kind of like move in the same time, but you kind of can get my ideas. It's like this one actually should go to here. Okay. This one should go to here. And then this one should go to here. Yeah, like how are you going to edit like the sloshing? You can like do quite lots of stuff with it. See? Yeah, there's always like a lot of dynamic scenes is going on there. You need to do like some like light reflections, this and that. Yeah, there's stuff. A lot more stuff you have to do like in like individual animations. But when it comes to waters, you have to do a lot of things separately. Yes, you can't do everything in like one frame. You're just going to kill yourself doing that. You need to do a lot of like water effect with separate layer. That's the key of how you're going to make water layers. And I do a lot of like bottle drawing back in the days. Too bad I'm too lazy to kind of dig it out. I'm just going to dig out like some of my old work. So I can't show you like the clip version of it, how I did it. Like the layering I do, this and that other stuff, but it's kind of like enough for you to like get an understanding of it. Yeah, it's in commission art. So you can kind of like, if I open this thing, you can kind of like see this. There's a lot of things that going on with glasses, like the see-through things, like the lining, all this kind of stuff, and then like the even like how the drawing is going to work. So it can look like this if you really want to like do a lot of like things there. Depends how you're going to like draw the glass and everything. Like it changes like a lot of way you can reveal the content of the glasses. Like the lighting, like I say again, like you can see like there's definitely like some sort of like lighting going on there. You can see like the darker side, like the inner line and the outer line. Lots of things is going on with like a glass with a certain thickness. You have to think a lot about like the light reflecting, reflections and everything. There you can see like this is like full cup of like root beers and everything. And then sometimes you don't even have to do like a very like water kind of drawing. You can do something like inside the drawing. You can do something like this. This is like a very deflated slime, and then this slime is grew up a little bit. This slime ate the book, so it's much more intelligent. You can see the eyes. It's like shining now. And then this one, they went for like a exercise routine, and then now they are strong enough to flex until like the glass like get some crack, and then like they become SSR slime. Broke out the gosh dang glasses. You can see like when it comes to, like drawing, I kind of like to draw glass jar because there's so many multiple layer of textures. You have to go through drawing a gosh dang glass jar. So much so it's actually quite a hassle to make it. Especially you have to put something in there. Like the layering, like which layer this like glass jar, like this slime is going to be in, is going to be very difficult. Like this thing is like they moving. You can see like the dumbbell, not dumbbell, like you know, like the bar thingy. It's like okay, the reflected light is going to cover like most of the things because the light is getting reflected, so you can't really see things that well. But still, like there's like object inside. The light is going in, bouncing around, so you still can kind of see something in there. But also at the same time with like a very white shine of sheen in there. Those kind of things. But yeah, it's a batch, so at the end I have to kind of like make the slime visible in there. So I didn't like do too much effect on the slime, so it's still kind of like very visible. Depends on the intention of what you want to do with the glass jar. You can do quite a lot of stuff with it. Okay, let me continue doing my thing.
The symptoms were mild: fatigue, tightness of chest, headaches, and they would usually pass within 48 hours. It was called polymer fume fever.
And even though it rarely happens today, it's why you should never overheat your Teflon pan to these temperatures, especially if you have pet birds at home, because the fumes are much more toxic to them. But Teflon couldn't have poisoned Earl's cows. There were no fumes or high temperatures, so there must have been something else in the water.
Rob filed a legal request for all of the Washington Works operational records, and DuPont sent them over. More than 60,000 documents.
A lot of folks would try to say, okay, you want a lot of documents, we'll give you a lot of documents, and hope that there'd be no way somebody could actually wade through all of these files and all of these materials. But I am the kind of person that I do dig in, and I do want to go through those documents, so I actually did read all of that.
And in those files, a certain chemical kept popping up everywhere. C8.
I never saw the kinds of things I was seeing now in these documents from DuPont.
In 1961, the same year Teflon pans hit the US market, DuPont's in-house scientists tested C8 on rats. Ingesting as little as 1.5 milligrams of C8 per kilogram of body weight caused the rats' livers to grow abnormally, and a dose of 570 milligrams per kilogram was lethal. For reference, sodium cyanide, one of the most dangerous poisons, is lethal to rats in doses of 5 to 15 milligrams per kilogram. But even though C8 was less fatal, it was concerning for two other reasons. First, like Teflon, its tail is made of carbon-fluorine bonds, which makes it incredibly stable. So C8 wouldn't break down in the environment for decades. And second, C8 looks like the fatty acids that humans and animals need for normal functioning, just with fluorines instead of hydrogens. So the concern was that C8 could get into the bloodstream, hitch a ride on the proteins that transport fatty acids around, and get almost anywhere in the body. And because of the carbon-fluorine bonds, humans and animals have no way to break down C8, so it could slowly build up, mimicking those fatty acids and potentially disrupting the systems they regulate, like the liver.
Toxic, persistent, bioaccumulative. So the concern was, it's like a ticking time bomb. It's got more opportunity to cause harm.
As a safety measure, that same rat study suggested that all these materials should be handled with extreme care, and that contact with skin should be strictly avoided. In 1962, DuPont redid the study and confirmed that high doses of C8 kill rats through injury to the stomach, intestine, brain, lungs, and pancreas. Then in 1965, they found those same toxic effects in dogs. The evidence was mounting.
They were even studying monkeys. Some of the monkeys were dropping dead. These chemicals were causing toxic effects in multiple organ systems in multiple species. All these studies weren't being shared with the scientific community.
And likely, no one outside of DuPont would have noticed something was wrong if it was not for
tooth decay, the most widespread of all diseases.
In the 1950s, tooth decay was a nationwide problem, so the US started adding inorganic fluorides like sodium fluoride to the public water supply. This helped fight cavities.
16 years after fluoridation, all children will have 65% less tooth decay.
In 1975, researchers wanted to know if that inorganic fluoride was getting into people's blood, so they sampled blood from around the US, and the results were as expected. More fluoride in the tap water meant more fluoride in the blood.
But they found another type of fluorine in the blood too, which was organic fluorine, carbon-fluorine bonds, and it didn't follow the same trend.
Well, these researchers were wondering, where's this coming from? Because this is not a naturally occurring substance. And they did research and they found that 3M was making these organic fluorides, the things like PFOA. Right? So they approached 3M in 1975.
Ray, my favorite guy. Hey, you beautiful man.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I was like watching video.
What's up, brother? My favorite little guy. How are you doing?
Hi there, Bipkin.
Are you? Yeah.
Doing great,
Thought
doing
I'd
great.
stop by and say hi to you. Yeah, just thought I'd stop by and say hi to you, brother. Hope you're doing well.
And I hope I can say good night to you because it's late night for you.
It is, yes. It's like 1 a.m. Good night, bro.
Yeah, I was like, you know, Bipkin didn't live like a too good of a like healthy life, so I do want him to live a slightly more healthier life. So sometimes like he just dropping by. It's like our streaming time is like so completely opposite. I do feel bad that time, like when I need like a podcast guest back then, like my guest like just, you know, not available. I was like trying to find an emergency guest and then he dropped in. It's like, I feel bad to kind of like I didn't aware that it was like a late night for him, like aware that because like here's the thing when it comes to me doing like podcast, I'm just gonna sit there and talk all day long. Yeah, just going to talk all day long. Most likely case the stream is just going to be end up like 4 hours or 5 hours. I'm not even kidding. I can just keep talking nonstop. You guys already experienced it. So I was like feeling really bad for that man that time. Like we should end the stream. I know you like to chat too, so we are just going to chat endlessly. For you, it's like endlessly to the night. For me, it's like endlessly to my dinner time. It's a completely different thing. Yeah, it's like 2 p.m. for me. You should go to sleep too. Well, you shouldn't do that. It's not healthy for you. Don't worry, Mute. Actually, I've been doing some calculations. I will do a drawing stream in the early morning, and in futures, I will do a drawing stream in my early morning, which is kind of like almost your sleeping time, and then like actual like supposed to sleep times, so you can like watch me a little bit, and then I will adjust that my sort of like 8 p.m. or like 9 p.m. I will do a gaming stream. So it's my nighttime in gaming stream. It's technically your morning time. So it's going to be a much more easier time for you. You can sort of like, before I go to sleep, you can watch me, and then you woke up, you still can watch me. Those kind of things. So it's like I leave my afternoon empty. So you guys won't have to like sleep, like power through the entire fucking night just to do this. I know I have a lot of audiences on the American side and like on the European side, so it's much more easier for you guys that way. You guys don't have to wake up like god awful early or like, you know, stay up like god awful late just to watch me. I'm going to adjust my schedule just for you guys. Don't worry, I'm fine with it. Either way, my sleep schedule is still good because this is my job. I usually leave out the nighttime because sometimes I do want to hang out with my friends, because like, you know, the only time my friends can hang out together is when they kind of finish their works, they go back to the house, go into Discord, or we can chat a little bit. But here's the thing, I rarely can hang out with them anymore because we don't have a game kind of like can play together anymore. A long time ago, because back in the days we still play PSO2 together, and sometimes we can play some Valheim together, this and that stuff, but or Abiotic together. But nowadays they have so many. This is why I fucking hate live service game. It's like they practically have like multiple different jobs to do at the moment. It's basically like every single day when I hang out with them, I can't play games with them because they have to at least go to Warframe, finish all their dailies, and then go to their like Monster Strike games, and then finish all their dailies, and then they have to go to the different gacha game, finish all their dailies, and then do different things and finish all their dailies. It's like a gosh dang fucking job. It's like I just want to sit there and play Abiotic together and like do some dumb stuff, feed you guys shit and things. But no, you guys have to finish all those daily first, else that you guys missed it, you're going to miss a lot of things. But I can play Warframe with them, but still, I actually don't really like Warframe, ironically. I do like a grinding game, but Warframe is just not my cup of tea for some reasons. So, yeah, like, it's not like I can just hang out with them anymore. It's like, even I want to hang out with them, I had to wait until, like, 11 or, like, 12. They finally finish all their fucking jobs. And then we can, fucking daily things. And then we can finally play some games. But by the time you only can play like, you know, an hours or like 30 minutes, and then they have to go to sleep, and then tomorrow they have to go to work. So yeah, that's like issues. If like we can eliminate one thing from the game industry, fucking daily of the like live service stuff, like I would want to eliminate that thing. I'd rather they have a fucking microtransactions than have like those kind of live service like daily activity thing to keep you hooked on the game. But essentially you're not really hooked on the game, you just have to do it as a daily necessity, else you're going to miss out lots of things. Create a problem and provide you the solutions, which is you have to provide an eternal servitude to that game of grinding every single day, doing the same ass fucking thing, almost for you to fall asleep halfway to keep doing it almost every fucking day. That is a fucking overtime jobs. That is not a game. Even I going to play a gacha game, I only will play like 2 months and then I'll stop because it's too repetitive. I've got too tired of it and I stopped playing it. And then maybe like after a few, like half a years, I will come back, play 2 months again, finish all content, go back to sleep. Never touch it again for the next 5 or 6 like month. That's just how I roll.
We found this stuff in the general U.S.
Same with Wuthering Wave actually. I literally play Wuthering Wave to catch up to get like Froller? Shit, I got a hard time to kind of like pronounce her name, but yeah, essentially just to like grab her, and then afterward I kind of save up a little bit of like my gem for like for Augusta. I spent all my gem. I didn't get the Augusta. I get the gosh dang Tai Chi Master again. Every single time, I get like the guarantee 5 unique pull. I got the gosh dang fucking Tai Chi Master. It's not like she's not good, okay? But can you let me pull someone else? Every single time the guarantee pull that is not the banner one is always that Tai Chi Master. Reminds me back of this, okay? This is going to bring back a lot of memory because this thing is like fucking more than 10 years actually.
Just when you thought Tai Chi was for balance and relaxation, we bring you Tai Chi Masters! Welcome everybody to a sold-out arena for the first ever Tai Chi Brawl to the finish. I'm here with Steve Jackson, and on the floor, referee Cat Duck Kim. Wasting no time, let's meet our first Tai Chi master. His name is Kim Chi, hailing from South Korea. His traditional style, we expect to see really slow movements, lots of deep thoughts, and possibly some bone breaking. He'll face Thumbi from South India, whose long dong style should provide lots of yin, lots of yang, and plenty of action. Let's go to the mat.
A quick reminder that size does not matter in the gentle destructive art that is Tai Chi.
Right you are, Steve. They are going to really play.
Relax.
You see, one thing about Tai Chi, despite its excruciatingly slow, boring movements, it's revered as a very destructive force.
I hope so. But so far, this sucks.
Uh-oh. Kim Chi's left himself wide open. Oh, the strike is coming. It's coming.
He just had no time to react to that. Vicious.
You see, that's what we mean when we say masters. These... Uh-oh. Thumbi's arm is exposed, and... there's the break. Oh, man, that's disappointing for the big Indian. He knows there's nothing left to do now but break his own neck and forfeit.
Let's see that strike again. No time.
Well, our final Tai Chi master is Tai Gui. He's probably the most well-rounded player on the circuit. With his Yang style, expect to see really, really slow movements and possibly some organ damage.
Tai Chi Master!
See that level of expertise here today. He really has taken Tai Chi to the next level.
Looks like he has a beat on our sideline camera.
He sure does. I'd be worried if I were him. Thanks for joining us, everyone, and join us again next year for more relaxing action with Tai Chi Masters.
This is back in the internet times. We would have a lot of fun doing this kind of shit in YouTube. Nowadays, fun is no more. You always have to go for view. Sometimes you have fun, you get cancelled too. And then there's this one.
Welcome back to Rock coverage of the
I
game
think a lot of
between
people actually
Yale
seen
and
this.
North Carolina.
If you're just joining us, we have witnessed an unbelievably well-fought match tonight, and it's come down to penalty kicks. Peterson for Yale, taking the first approach.
Spectacular! North Carolina's goalkeeper Richards just let one in past him now, so now the burden rests on Yale's Scott Sterling.
Here he comes, nerves of steel, that man, dealing with more pressure now than a submarine.
Indeed.
Home crowd showing some appreciation.
Johnson places the ball on the spot, getting ready. That man literally has a cannon for a leg.
Yes, he does.
Here he goes, winding up for the shot, and oh, the cannon
Snowflake.
has fired
Snowflake that cannot handle
directly to the face.
comedy.
Clocked that at a stunning 160
That have trouble to read the line between fake and real.
Miles per hour.
Little chance that man's nose is not broken right now.
Oh, indeed. Now, Sterling getting checked out for that one. Spectacular save, though, but sadly, he's not out of the woods yet.
On his feet now, a bit shaken.
But not stirred.
This crowd absolutely loves this man.
And Sterling's teammates welcome him back a hero for now.
He yells up again for the second attempt, looking to make it 2-0.
He approaches the ball with some determination. Here he goes.
Oh, it's high and wide, way off target.
Yes, apparently he thought he was kicking a field goal.
Wrong kind of football, I'd say.
Good show.
Back now to Scott Sterling. He looks a bit worse for wear, but ready for round 2.
And Shaw takes a moment. Here he goes with the approach.
Boom!
Oh! Sterling with a fantastic dive. The ball flies straight through his hands and once again strikes him straight in the schnoz.
And let's see it again on the old instant replay. Oh, every excruciating detail captured in HD perfection.
Clocked at 129 kilometers per hour. Sterling does not look well.
2 wonderful saves and 2 definite concussions.
They may replace him at this point. He's done all he can.
Yes, as his trainer takes him off the field like a mustached lion dragging a gazelle through the Serengeti.
Adieu, Scott Sterling.
Adieu.
Yale now with their third PK. Richards is in the goal, bouncing like an infant girl.
The crowd holds their breath as he goes in. Here it comes! Oh! Very anticlimactic.
Let's see who they got to replace Scott
Sterling is back!
He's still in the game!
Oh my! And he's taking a very odd tactic now.
Seems to be curling up to protect his face.
Not exactly a recommended technique, but here it goes. Wait, no. Lambert needs to tie his shoe. Oh, and that's why you do a double knot, kids.
Sterling still waiting for the kick to happen. He's probably wondering when. Oh! Sweet! What a crumpet! The ball drills Sterling right in the face.
That man's nose must be absolutely devastated. He's gonna look like a witch that flew her broom into her nose and then crashed into a hammer.
I hardly even care about this attempt. Let's go back to Scott Sterling!
The man, the myth, the legend!
Man, the myth.
Blocked by Sterling and his cat-like
Legend.
reflexes.
Absolutely incredible. Though I must say, Sterling does not look well at all.
Well, you know football players like to add a bit of drama, don't they?
They're gonna take him out. No, wait! They brought him a chair!
Oh, a bold move by the manager!
Come on, guys. Come on.
It's a gimme. He literally just has to kick it anywhere except where Sterling is sitting.
There is no possible way that North Carolina can mess up this shot.
Oh!
158 kilometers per hour!
This man can do no wrong!
Look at him beg for mercy when it's mercy that should be begging for him!
He has looked death in the eye and said, take your best shot! To which Death replies by punching him in the face over and over and over again.
If Yale makes this final shot, it's all over. But no! Oh, he misses, which means we're going to Scott Sterling!
His face is like a brick wall!
A brick wall that can feel pain and cries a lot.
But where's Sterling? Oh, he seems to be crawling away from the goal. What is he doing?
He's throwing away the bat! Oh! Sterling has done the impossible!
I can't believe it! Look at that! He played it just right! What incredible instincts to crawl away from the goal like that!
And his teammates rush the field, happy as a lark as they slide in.
A Bernini sculpture of a finish.
As his teammates carry him off on the stretcher of glory, we thank you for sharing this absolutely heart-stopping finish.
Scott Sterling and his face of steel have won it all.
I bet Tim Howard could have saved that one.
There's still a part 2 of this.
Welcome back to our coverage of the NCAA Men's Volleyball Championships between Yale and North Carolina.
If you're just joining us, it has been a roller coaster of an evening. Both teams now tied at 2 sets apiece. The winner of this final set will be the national champions.
North Carolina leading by 1. Yale and their team captain, Scott Sterling.
Love that man.
Don't we all? Trying desperately to hold them
The
here,
man,
or
the
it's
myth,
all over.
the legend.
Tar Heels, Jones preparing for what may be the last serve of his college career.
And here we go.
Excellent serve.
Thompson setting up. Here comes the spike.
Yale has to stop this return or oh, deflected! Right into Scott Sterling's face.
And Yale ties it up.
Unbelievable!
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because Scott Sterling's face has entered the building.
Take a gander at this replay.
The angle at which Sterling deflects the ball off his skull is nothing short of perfection.
Like watching Da Vinci paint with his face.
Yale now on the prowl to take the lead.
And Carolina setting up what is bound to be a devastating return. And here it comes. Oh, nearly!
Sterling makes another tremendous save.
And North Carolina's wasting no
Greetings.
I was about to have anyone drop it.
And everything else.
He looks as though he could be
As you have
praying.
opened the
Peaceful
stream.
visage of head drama.
We are all
With all of it,
witnesses
watching the video with the chat.
Let us feast on the sweet
Not
nectar
The
of
man,
its
the
Looking
myth,
away, that looks sick.
Scott Sterling.
The ball flies right past the blockers, into Sterling's awaiting face, back over the net, and then right back to Sterling's face
I love
like
this
an
stuff.
obese homie pigeon.
That man will leave this court today knowing he gave everything he could. If he leaves it all.
The crowd is
Oh
now
yeah,
on their
I should
feet
show
like
it to you
Physical
guys.
Atlas
I
who
don't know
bore the
why.
weight of the world
The
upon his
sharing's
back.
gone.
So too has
Hold on,
Scott
but-
Sterling bore this team upon his face.
Yale has come back from the brink and is looking to put this one into the history books.
Match point for Yale.
Carolina finally pushed one through Sterling. Brown Sterling!
Did you see that?
Here comes a spike straight to the man!
The man! The legend!
His teammates help him to his feet. No! They raise him heavenward!
He ascended through the air like a defensive angel!
An angel with the face of a devil!
Look at this replay! One is the loneliest number!
2 tickets to paradise!
3 times a lady! Forever young!
As the crowd charges the court, the people are weeping!
Tears of joy!
The tweets are tweeting!
Reserved for Sterling.
Hospitals are preparing to
If you don't know, basically you can go watch it yourself, like in your free times. Like Scott Sterling is a meme that
I know what it is, yeah.
everything just going to hit his face.
Until next time, good night, everyone!
Thanks, guys, for watching the video and celebrating another Scott Sterling win. Make sure you watch our other videos and subscribe.
If I remember well, like Studio C is actually like a studio that from Yale, so every single year they will like make like a big productions for the entire school together, and then do like one like comedy skit back in the days. I'm not sure they're still doing it though.
No idea.
All right, it's time for me to get back in the drawing. Where's my thingy? Oh yeah, here. Oops, wrong scene. So yeah, I kind of like normally I do like watching stuff together and then like just drawing at the same times. I was talking about something else on like the, you know, talking about games and then talking about live service kind of become jobs that I hate it because like my friends now doesn't play games with me anymore because they have a jobs to do. The gosh dang
I know that
daily.
feeling. Oh.
With anything.
Yeah, like, do you play Warframe and stuff?
I have played Warframe. I don't play it very much. Not
Yeah.
anymore, at least.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like most of my friends, like usually I spend my nighttime like hanging out with my friends, but I don't anymore because every single time I try to hang out and play some games with them, they'll always be like, I have daily to do and play Warframe after Warframe, like Monster Strike after Monster Strike, a different gacha game. Every game have a daily they always have to do. By the time they finish all daily, it's like fucking like 5 hours past, and then I can't hang out with them like playing other games anymore because they have jobs to do tomorrow.
I know that feeling.
I was like, I I play Warframe like you do, but I don't. I'm not. I was never getting hooked on the game. It's like I just play a little bit. I'd be like fine with it, and there's a nice, decent experience. I'm not gonna do dailies, and then they do. And then it kind of like eats up all my friends' time, and I can't hang out with them that way. Kind of bullshit.
I know what you mean, yeah. I do that. I got like a few friends that I used to play Warframe with, and then they all got jobs, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, fuck you boys.
Yeah, every
you all
single
for having
time,
an
like,
actual
hey,
life."
want to play this this like survival game, 8 Biotic, or like Valheim together, and then they're, nah, we got dailies to do. Don't know your fucking job. At this point,
Yeah.
if you give me the ability to eliminate one thing about like game industry, fucking dailies.
Mine would be gacha in general.
Yeah, just the live service component itself just have to go off at that point.
There was a game that used to be really popular, all the idle games. It was called Easy Peasy. What was it called? Everborn or something. It was basically like the Easy Peasy RPG mechanics, and I played that with my friends, and then the server shut down, and like we just could never find a game that we all wanted to play again. It was so sad.
When it comes to lots of gaming, like one of the game I really like the most, but it's a little bit too grindy at the end, is Closer Online. I love the game.
Which one, sorry?
Closer Online.
Never heard of that. Is it on Steam?
It is on Steam, and then back in the days, it used to be a like really pay up game, but they kind of like switch like providers, and then they be like because they have like the also infamous MMORPG like system is like stamina system, so you can only like play a certain missions a few times only, and then you spend out your stamina. Either you buy stamina or like you have to like wait tomorrow to continue playing. So it's like a hassle back in the days. And then when they switch like provider, they'd be like, we are going to eliminate the entirety of the stamina system. You guys can just like have fun.
Torum Online was kind of like that. They had like a whole bunch of like extra stuff at the beginning, and then like as the years went on, they kind of turned everything off slowly until it was just no more grinding. Just hey, could you kill this enemy? Not yet. Cool. Why? You're not strong enough. Got it. Bet. And then,
yep.
Once you are strong enough, you can kill it like 1,000 times.
But for Closer Online is kind of a skill-based game too. Imagine like you have to utilize your entire keyboard. You are going to kill a keyboard playing that game. You have to press from Q to Y, A to H, A to J, and then Z to N. That's the entire combo. You had to master the art of rotation combo.
I mean, I have a MMO mouse, so I could just remap my mouse.
Nah, it's like a side scroller game, so like you do have to use the up, down, left, right key that you have to kind of play the game. So
I can remap my mouse to any key I want on my keyboard because they're both in the same software.
Yeah, that's the thing. You still have to move left and right after that now.
I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying that like I could use my mouse as an arrow key if I chose, so I could have my left hand to do the button combos and then that to be my movement range.
But you still have to move though.
My thumb.
Like right hand is your movement.
I can use 2, 4, 5, and 6 instead of like WASD for movement or arrow keys for movement.
Yeah, I do that too. It's like the numpad. I use the numpad to move, and then like some extra skill that I'm too lazy to press like on the rest of the numpad numbers. I did remap quite a lot of it, but at the end like both my hand is still on the keyboard because like I have to like do a lot of dashing and like dodging in the same times, and also like skill cancel, a lot of things. You can try to take a look at the game. You'll understand what I'm talking about.
If I find it, yeah.
Yeah, Closer. Just say close and then like with ER behind.
I did look it up. I couldn't find anything. It was weird. It might be a region thing.
Is it a region thing? Not really sure.
It might be. Steam's doing that a lot in the UK at least because of their stupid fucking.
Oh yeah, the recent microtransaction stuff. It kills a lot of like.
It wasn't that. It was the censorship law.
Yeah, censorship law is
The
like one of
online
it.
child protection censorship crap that they've been doing is basically forcing everyone to prove they're 18 online constantly.
Yeah, that
Which
is
is
one of
fine,
it.
and I get it, but like, oh man, we already like they're thinking about doing a digital ID, so everyone would have their ID just like stored to their phone digitally all the time. And I'm like, one, that's a great idea. Two, how are you gonna stop when people's IDs get stolen?
Yeah, they never really
Also,
think it's true.
the logic for it is like, oh, we'll do this so that they can have what's it called? That you know what this person is. And I'm like, funny, we have this thing in this country. It's called a national insurance number, which does exactly the same thing.
Oh,
And it can't be stolen because it's a digital thing. It's always there. The second you're born and registered as a citizen of this country, you get a national insurance number. It's just there. You have to have one to get an ID to begin with.
Ooh, new characters.
Hooray for England. We're doing so well at understanding safety.
Yeah, it's kind of a Korean game, so yeah. But it's a side-scroller Korean game, so you can do quite a lot of combo and stuff. And weirdly saying, the story is very competently written. Usually, a lot of MMORPG game, the story kind of like is something of a sideline thing. But this one, they go ham on the story. Even though it's just a side-scroller game that you go around map and beat them up. But they have a very comprehensive story for each individual characters. Yes, each individual characters. Because they have this thing like a group, and then like each group have their own kind of like story genre going on. Like the first group is called like Black Lamb. They technically the entire story is kind of like Shonen Jump kind of like like anime story. And then the second group is called Wolf Dog. They are basically the seinen type kind of like story going on. Is basically a more mature story, a much more darker side of like the the manga industry kind of story thingy. So lots of dark shit going on there. And then the third one is basically they go for much more like TV drama kind of like style, kind of like story going on there. And then the fourth group is basically Korean story, like a Korean webtoon story is happening in the kind of like the fourth group. And then the fifth group is basically Mafia. The entire story revolves around Mafia.
Fair enough. It's one way to go about it.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty fun. Like every characters have their own like perspective of their own story. While like you can see like the general arc of the story while they're going with it. Like each individual character also experience like different POV of it. So you can have like a very diverse story just playing various different characters.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, my personally like favorite character is Tina.
Oh, why? Why specifically that one?
I'm the kind of person who like Kurudere characters, and then she's basically have like this kind of things. It's like she's a cyborg, and her brain used to be like one of like the thing called like phase user. Because she's the phase powers is like so great. If even when she died, the company that hired her decided to use her brain to put it in a robot, and then fully utilize like her power that way, and use her as an assassin because like her power is imaginary space, so she can literally use her imagination to craft anything she like. But the problem is the company want her to become super assassin weapon, so like all the things that she can imagine now is just weapon.
That's sad.
So she can just conjure weapon out from her hand, and then she doesn't really have a lot of emotions. And the entire game is like she slowly like discover emotion and try to help everyone behind the scene. Like everyone like usually have like a overarching story that experiencing it together. Tina is like almost like in the entire Wolf Dog kind of like character story, completely separate from the gang, because like she do a lots of like shit like behind the scene, either like black ops stuff or like helping the gang like behind the scene and everything. So like she is basically like the invisible character in the entire story.
Yeah, like the background process thing.
Yeah.
Kind of like the hell? How do I do this?
And then her ult is the gosh dang like docking system for the what again? Gundam. She can literally call down Gundam. Yeah, she can call down laser guns, summon any type of gun she can use. This is quite an early stage of like the PvP stuff, so like it's not really like excited. Maybe this one have something. Like some of the rotation you have, you can do like, oh, she have like 4 level rotation, so yeah. 75 level can do quite a lot. You can put like Japanese mod tag into it, everyone can speak Japanese. Man, she's bad at avoiding the CC things. Yeah, I played this stage quite a lot of times, so I kind of know how to avoid everything. See? All her skill is seriously really awesome.
Yeah, it's just like a traditional arcade fighter, kind of. A lot going on. As you do, yeah.
Where's the Gundam? She haven't brought out the Gundam yet. Yeah, my rotation usually already bring out Gundam at the very beginning. Because the animation kind of do take quite a long time. So yeah, I always use it first before like the boss is spawning out. So when the boss is doing like this kind of intro scene, you literally like blasting with your gosh dang Gundam. Oh, she used it and then got cancelled by the attack. But essentially you can play a lot of like different characters, like those kind of things is fun. That's the spear user, gun user, like a lot of things. There's almost every single different kind of weapon. And technically they do have a main character for you to use. That one is like called Seha. His weapon is basically Gunblade. It's just Gunblade.
Oh.
He's technically the main character of the entire series.
That's definitely one thing.
Yeah, in some sense, he's the Jesus. I'm not even kidding. He's like literally like the god, the god kind of like kids for the entire thing. It's like the face power is come from like that one dude, and that one dude like have a kid, and then the Seha actually is his kid. But that was like very end of the story almost. but they still continue on with a lot of things like that. The story still keep going, even though it's kind of like not a very popular game anymore. The story still keep going. I still find like how should I say, impressed by the dedication they have on the character story, because like every single time they add one more characters means like they have one more character story to write while progressing the over arc story of the entire thing, because like later on everyone do kind of like meet up and conjunction in one place, and then most of the story happen together, but still every single character still progress with their own story. So more character they add in, the more story they have to write down.
Sorry, I was doing something. Yeah, I get you. It sounds like fun though. I'll have a look into it definitely.
Yeah.
Mercury left. I'm gonna go join Mercury in the other VC. Enjoy your stream. Have a wonderful time.
Yeah, you have a nice time too. Nice day.
Don't forget to go back to drawing at some point.
Oh, don't worry. I'm actually taking my time because this is my last commission for this month. So I'm just taking my sweet ass time. This thing's supposed to be finished in just 1 hour. Because it's I do provide something like a super duper cheap like commission offer. So it's like you only pay like $20 for this, and then I would just draw it as fast as possible. You can't complain about the qualities. It's a $20 artwork. You can't really do more other fancy stuff, you know?
Well, that's fair. Bye-bye for now.
Alright,
it was nice meeting you.
Essentially ignored. And Plunkett's magic powder was completely covered in carbon-fluorine bonds, so it hardly reacted with anything. Okay, so he's got this incredibly nerd stuff. Was he really trying to get rid of it?
He actually didn't know what to do with it, because, like, what do you do with a material that doesn't, react with anything? But luckily, his employer, DuPont, they were actually working with the US Army on the Manhattan Project. So they were refining uranium and plutonium, because of course there's a World War II reference in a Veritasium video. You just have to have it.
To get the fuel for nuclear bombs, enriched uranium, you first have to turn the uranium into a gas, uranium hexafluoride. It was a nasty chemical that corroded everything. So all the gaskets, seals, and miles of pipe in the plant at Oak Ridge had to constantly be replaced, slowing down production.
But then DuPont was like, listen, we have this seemingly indestructible chemical, right? It doesn't react with stuff, it doesn't corrode, so maybe we can try and use it against uranium hexafluoride. So they get a bunch of this powder, they cram it together under high pressure to create these cakes, essentially. Now you had a solid of this material that you could machine into gaskets and cylinders that you could push into these pipes. They put these tube linings into the pipe, and boom, it works like magic, like a charm. The uranium hexafluoride was no match for this magic material.
As Gordon Fee, the manager of the nuclear weapons plant, put it, there was never a substitute considered, as far as I know.
The material worked so well that the Army wanted to use it for everything.
The same gaskets and seals were installed into fuel tanks and airplane engines to protect them from oil and water. And weapons manufacturing plants no longer had issues with the corrosive nitric acid needed to make explosives. DuPont saw the potential too, so they trademarked the material in 1944.
They didn't trademark it under the name polytetrafluoroethylene, because admittedly, that name kind of sucks. So they took TE from tetra, FL from fluoro, and then they had a bunch of these other miracle materials, rayon, nylon. So they took ON from the end of those, and boom, Teflon.
Nice. Okay. It's a good name. Under the Army's order, DuPont ramped up Teflon production at their test plant in Arlington, New Jersey, giving their whole supply to the government. But DuPont struggled to produce enough Teflon to meet the military's demand. As their Arlington scientists put it, the major advantages of polytetrafluoroethylene, solvent resistance and high thermal stability, offer obstacles from the standpoint of ease in fabrication.
You could only really mold Teflon into solids, so gaskets, seals, pipes, but you couldn't put it into water to make a spray because it doesn't dissolve in water. They actually didn't know anything that dissolved Teflon, but there was an even bigger problem at that point.
To polymerize TFE into Teflon, you can add a reactive atom or molecule that will hijack the first carbon double bond and start the reaction. This is called the initiator, and the bond formed between it and the first TFE molecule releases a small amount of energy. Then a bit of energy is also released when the next TFE molecule joins the chain, and the next, and the next. And if the process isn't controlled, the reaction gets very hot very quickly. And if it gets above 200 degrees Celsius, TFE rapidly decomposes into carbon and tetrafluoromethane, which releases even more energy all at once. This caused a massive explosion at the Arlington plant in 1944, killing 2 workers.
You need a way to dissipate the heat, take the heat away from the reaction without it staying in there and therefore expanding and creating that explosive force.
Yeah, and one of the ways to do that was to have the reaction happening in water, because water can absorb a huge amount of energy before it ever heats up.
But if you inject TFE into a water cylinder, the gas doesn't dissolve. Even at high pressure, most of the TFE just stays on top. So if you add an initiator, the polymerization is triggered in one place, and so it can still cause an explosion. What you need is some way to disperse the TFE throughout the water first, and to do that, DuPont needed help. In 1951, they purchased a special acid from 3M, the company behind Scotch tape. This acid, called PFOA, looked almost exactly like Teflon. It had a chain of 8 carbon atoms covered in fluorines, but at the other end, there was a double-bonded oxygen and an OH group. That's what makes it an acid. And since there were 8 carbons in the chain, DuPont also referred to the acid as C8. The tail end of C8, like Teflon, was hydrophobic, but the acid head group loved water. It was hydrophilic. So when you add C8 into water, the molecules rearrange themselves so that the heads touch the water, but the Teflon-like tails don't. They create little bubbles all throughout the water, which are virtually dry on the inside. If you now inject TFE and stir the whole mixture up, well, the hydrophobic gas ends up in the middle of these C8 bubbles. And those bubbles are dispersed everywhere, evenly throughout the water.
You know what this reminds me of? Is soap.
Yeah.
So it's the great combiner that allows like oil and water to mix.
And now if you sprinkle in initiator molecules, the initiator molecules also go into these bubbles. They start the polymerization reaction. So from TFE to Teflon. But now, since it's happening spread all throughout these bubbles, the heat is evenly dissipated throughout the water and no one explodes.
And since Teflon is now suspended in a solution, you can spray it onto surfaces like a coating.
This thing doesn't stick to anything. How do you stick it to the gaskets? You know, how do you actually use it?
Yeah. That's a good question. So the trick was actually the surface had to be really rough. So what you do is you sandblast it to create grooves and imperfections at this like nanoscopic level. Now, if you spray the coating on, what happens is if you heat it up, the water evaporates, the C8, it also evaporates, but Teflon, instead of it evaporating, it just softens up. So although there's no chemical interaction here, now it's mechanically stuck to the surface. That's how they got it to stick.
With the war over, the Army lifted the secrecy bans on the Teflon patents, and DuPont was allowed to sell it commercially. And suddenly, people all over the world were coating everyday items in Teflon, trying to create a world-changing product.
One day in 1954, a French engineer, Marc Gregoire, tried putting Teflon on his fishing gear to prevent tangles.
But then his wife saw him doing that, and her reaction was that this is absolute nonsense. No one is ever going to use this. You should do something that someone's actually going to use. So how about you put it on a pan? Make a pan non-stick.
And once these pans hit the market, it was a cooking revolution.
Teflon, Teflon,
Teflon.
And DuPont knew exactly how to market it.
Even oatmeal won't stick to Teflon.
Hey, neat. Let me try.
And it wasn't just non-stick pans. Teflon, C8, and chemicals like it were used in everything.
Slip-away contains the magic of DuPont Teflon.
Suddenly, we had Teflon stain-resistant carpets and stain protection sprays like 3M's Scotch Guard. Jackets lined with Teflon were waterproof and breathable.
Gore-Tex is the brand name.
Teflon was so inert that medical implants made out of it wouldn't be rejected by the body. It was used to coat the Statue of Liberty's steel framework to save it from corrosion. And even bullets were coated with Teflon to minimize the damage they did coming out of the gun barrel. The term Teflon was so ubiquitous that when the Italian mobster John Gotti was being prosecuted in the late 1980s, none of the charges against him would stick, so he was dubbed Teflon Don. By the late 1990s, the Teflon business generated roughly $1 billion in yearly sales for DuPont.
Teflon has a great future, and its uses will be many.
The chemicals were everywhere, even where they shouldn't be.
There's something wrong with this water. They won't tell us what it is.
The man behind the camera is Earl Tennant, a farmer in West Virginia.
And this is what they expect a man's cows to drink on his own property.
He suspected that something in this creek was poisoning his cows.
This is 153 of these animals that I've lost on this farm. You can see the discoloration in the hair here on her neck. And they keep trying to tell me there's nothing wrong with these things. I can call the West Virginia State Veterinary, and the only thing he asked me is, do you have a good attorney?
Earl was desperate, so he hired a lawyer.
He came to our offices armed with boxes of VHS videotapes. He started watching these videotapes, and, there was a serious problem here.
There's something wrong with this cow. Slobber's running clear to the ground.
The animals were wasting away, and they were skin and bones, and they had tumors and black teeth, and you could see on the videotape white foam coming out of the pipe on this landfill next door, with these animals standing in the white foam. The hair on their hooves was being eaten off by whatever was in the water.
This is a lower pipe. You can see what's coming out of it.
It was a discharge pipe, and it had the marking of E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company.
And the landfill that pipe was draining from belonged to DuPont's massive factory complex outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, just 6 miles away. That factory was Washington Works, the first commercial Teflon plant. It provided jobs for almost 2,000 people in the town, and DuPont's presence was felt everywhere.
I have been a resident of Parkersburg for 48 years. I do not work for the DuPont company, but I have seen how their people have done much for the cultural growth of this community.
There are facilities for tennis, camping, swimming, softball, and more than 20 areas equipped for cookouts and family picnics.
DuPont took care of the community. So when the townfolk got word that Earl Tennant hired a lawyer to investigate, they shunned him and his family.
As his sister-in-law put it, we'd walk into a restaurant and everybody in the restaurant would get up and leave. But Earl wasn't scared off, and neither was Rob.
I thought this was going to be pretty straightforward.
See, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, dictates exactly which chemicals are safe to be disposed of in a landfill and in what amounts.
We would get those records and permits, and it would tell us which chemical was causing this problem. But none of those records were really showing anything that was really causing a problem, nothing that would explain that white foam.
Whatever was in Earl's water wasn't on the permits. Now, already in the 1950s, people knew that Teflon, specifically PTFE, was pretty safe. It's a long and extremely inert molecule, so if you ingest it, your body just flushes it out. However, if you heat Teflon to 350 degrees Celsius, it starts releasing fumes that make people sick. This often happened to workers in Teflon plants. Stray PTFE powder would fall onto their cigarettes as they were working, and then later they would accidentally smoke one of these cigarettes. Luckily, the symptoms were mild: fatigue, tightness of chest, headaches, and they would usually pass within 48 hours. It was called polymer fume fever.
And even though it rarely happens today, it's why you should never overheat your Teflon pan to these temperatures, especially if you have pet birds at home, because the fumes are much more toxic to them. But Teflon couldn't have poisoned Earl's cows. There were no fumes or high temperatures, so there must have been something else in the water.
Rob filed a legal request for all of the Washington Works operational records, and DuPont sent them over. More than 60,000 documents.
A lot of folks would try to say, okay, you want a lot of documents, we'll give you a lot of documents, and hope that there'd be no way somebody could actually wade through all of these files and all of these materials. But I am the kind of person that I do dig in and I do want to go through those documents. So I actually did read all of that.
And in those files, a certain chemical kept popping up everywhere. C8.
I never saw the kinds of things I was seeing now in these documents from DuPont.
In 1961, the same year Teflon pans hit the US market, DuPont's in-house scientists tested C8 on rats. Ingesting as little as 1.5 milligrams of C8 per kilogram of body weight caused the rats' livers to grow abnormally, and a dose of 570 milligrams per kilogram was lethal. For reference, sodium cyanide, one of the most dangerous poisons, is lethal to rats in doses of 5 to 15 milligrams per kilogram. But even though C8 was less fatal, it was concerning for two other reasons. First, like Teflon, its tail is made of carbon-fluorine bonds, which makes it incredibly stable. So C8 wouldn't break down in the environment for decades. And second, C8 looks like the fatty acids that humans and animals need for normal functioning, just with fluorines instead of hydrogens. So the concern was that C8 could get into the bloodstream, hitch a ride on the proteins that transport fatty acids around, and get almost anywhere in the body. And because of the carbon-fluorine bonds, humans and animals have no way to break down C8, so it could slowly build up, mimicking those fatty acids and potentially disrupting the systems they regulate, like the liver.
Toxic, persistent, bioaccumulative. So the concern was, it's like a ticking time bomb. It's got more opportunity to cause harm.
As a safety measure, that same rat study suggested that all these materials should be handled with extreme care, and that contact with skin should be strictly avoided. In 1962, DuPont redid the study and confirmed that high doses of C8 kill rats through injury to the stomach, intestine, brain, lungs, and pancreas. Then in 1965, they found those same toxic effects in dogs. The evidence was mounting.
They were even studying monkeys. Some of the monkeys were dropping dead. These chemicals were causing toxic effects in multiple organ systems, in multiple species. All these studies weren't being shared with the scientific community.
And likely, no one outside of DuPont would have noticed something was wrong if it was not for
tooth decay, the most widespread of all diseases.
In the 1950s, tooth decay was a nationwide problem, so the US started adding inorganic fluorides like sodium fluoride to the public water supply. This helped fight cavities.
16 years after fluoridation, all children will have 65% less tooth decay.
In 1975, researchers wanted to know if that inorganic fluoride was getting into people's blood, so they sampled blood from around the US, and the results were as expected. More fluoride in the tap water meant more fluoride in the blood.
But they found another type of fluorine in the blood too, which was organic fluorine, carbon-fluorine bonds, and it didn't follow the same trend.
Well, these researchers were wondering, where's this coming from? Because this is not a naturally occurring substance. And they did research and they found that 3M was making these organic fluorides, the things like PFOA, all right? So they approached 3M in 1975, asking them, hey, we found this stuff in the general US population's blood, could it be yours? And 3M pled ignorance.
But just 3 months later, 3M compared the spectrum of organic fluorine from the study to their own chemicals, and it was a match. Their chemicals were getting into the blood of people all across the United States, but they didn't tell the researchers. 3M and DuPont were worried, so they checked their own workers' blood, and they found that they too were contaminated with C8 at levels 1,000 times higher than those in the study. And when DuPont checked their medical records, many of these workers were showing signs of liver disease. Meanwhile, DuPont was dumping almost 10 tons of C8 into the Ohio River each year, and they were piling up thousands more tons as C8 sludge that would leach from the landfill next to Earl's farm, all while showing commercials like these.
And the water that eventually flows to the river is collected at 5 points and analyzed to make sure we don't pollute the Ohio.
And by the early 80s, the first cancer study is done in rats, and it confirms PFOA causes, not just might be linked with, but causes testicular tumors. All right? That sends alarm bells off within the company because the concern is, of course, we're putting this in the air, we're putting it in the water, it's in Teflon.
DuPont collected samples around Washington Works, and C8 wasn't just in the river, it was in the public water supply. So in 1984, DuPont officials met to assess whether C8 should be swapped for a safer chemical. But their conclusion was that currently none of the options developed are, from a fine powder business standpoint, economically attractive. So C8 stuck around, and DuPont just came up with a safe dose for drinking water.
DuPont scientists are the first people on the planet to say what would be a safe level for humans. They calculated something like 0.6 parts per billion, which they rounded up to 1. And the importance of that is, at that time, that was about the lowest level you could detect in water. Essentially, if we can detect it, it's too high.
So to put that into perspective, here is one 2,500 liter tank of water, if filled to the brim. Now imagine you take one drop of PFOA, 0.05 milliliters, and you place it not in one of these tanks or 2 or 3, 20 of these tanks. That's 1 part per billion, and that's the number DuPont thought would be unsafe for humans to drink.
And after determining its own safety metric, DuPont tested the landfill wastewater leaching into Earls Creek. It came back at 1,600 parts per billion.
They didn't tell anybody. So at that point, I thought I had figured out what had finally happened to the cows.
Rob compiled all the evidence into a 900-page letter and sent it to the EPA, the Department of Justice, and even the U.S. Attorney General. And just a few months later, DuPont settled with Earl Tennant and his family for an undisclosed sum, although they didn't admit to any wrongdoing.
But this stuff wasn't just in the water the cows were drinking. This was in the surrounding community's public wells, right? People around Mr. Tennant, the tens of thousands of people in that community, had likely been drinking this for decades and didn't know.
So Rob sued DuPont again, now on behalf of the 70,000 people around Parkersburg who were unwittingly exposed to C8. And it wasn't just Parkersburg or West Virginia. In the year 2000, researchers analyzed blood samples from thousands of Americans all across the country. And 100% of those samples came back positive for C8, at an average of 5 parts per billion. But if virtually everyone in the US is contaminated, how harmful could C8 really be? This is exactly what Rob had to find out to have a fighting chance against DuPont. So in 2005, he spearheaded a medical study of everyone around Washington Works.
Scientists need to know if the chemical C8 causes any health problems. By completing a health questionnaire and having your blood tested, you can help.
Analyzing the blood samples and medical records took 7 long years. And many in Parkersburg passed away before a verdict was even reached, including Earl and his wife Sandra. But finally, in 2013, an independent science panel had the results. They confirmed a probable link between C8 and 6 human diseases, including thyroid disease, testicular cancer, and kidney cancer. And these findings were based solely on the nearby community, with an average C8 blood level of 28 parts per billion. So, for example, an average American male has around a 1 in 43 chance of developing kidney cancer. It's around 1 in 73 for females. But a person with more than 30 parts per billion of C8 in their blood serum might have about double the odds, so roughly 1 in 22 for males and 1 in 37 for females. But the data in many of these studies only included survivors, not people who might have already died from C8 exposure. So the verdict was that the findings must be interpreted with caution. The true risk of C8 might be even higher. Luckily, once these studies were published in 2013, DuPont was pressured by the regulators to phase out C8. And by 2017, they had to pay out over $600 million to victims of C8 exposure, which is a pretty small price to pay for a company that made almost $80 billion in sales just that year. And all throughout, DuPont denied any wrongdoing. But that wasn't the end of it for Parkersburg or anyone else, because
DuPont separated its entire Teflon business into a spin-off company, Chemours, that agreed to use a different chemical. So what was it?
They simply took C8 and knocked 2 carbons off and started making C6.
They called it Gen X. Because it was shorter and had an oxygen atom interrupting the carbon chain, it was expected to be more degradable. So Chemours claimed a dose as high as 70 parts per billion of Gen X in drinking water would still be safe.
That chemical gets shipped to the same plant in West Virginia, so now Gen X goes into the air. Gen X goes into the Ohio River. Gen X is found in public water supplies. So Gen X is allowed to come out into the world, be used in Teflon. Then the cancer study is done, which shows Gen X causes the exact same 3 tumors in rats that PFOA did: liver, testicular, and pancreatic.
And the fact that its chain is shorter also makes Gen X more mobile, so it could contaminate larger areas. The truth is, we just don't know enough about it, and that's exactly the problem.
It took us decades to get to the point of finally addressing C8. They simply tweak it a bit, change the chemical name. All of the science and all of the concern, that's on C8. This is C6 or C9 or C4. You don't have enough evidence that these other ones are bad. This is whack-a-mole. We get to the point we're addressing one and the new one pops up and we're told we have to start over.
And it isn't just C8 or Gen X.
They belong to a family of over 14,000 different man-made chemicals, all covered in carbon-fluorine bonds. And companies can make them however they want: C7s, C9s, branched, polymers, acids. The generic term for all of these substances is PFAS, per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances. And like Teflon, they have almost magical qualities. They repel liquids, so PFAS are used to make clothing waterproof. They're also grease resistant, so we coat things like fast food wrappers,
Did I watch
and
a
microwave
Chainsaw
popcorn
movie?
bags and PFAS to prevent stains.
Sadly, no.
Waterproof lipstick and mascara, hygiene products, and even
Funny thing is, like, I haven't watched anime for quite a while. It's like when you kind of like starting to work in the industry for some reasons, you kind of like start consuming that thing. Even I kind of like still do sometimes. Like the way that I enjoy is very different. Like kind of like think about this. If I know a lot about filmings, CGI, 3D animation, 2D animation stuff. When it comes to watching anime, I'm not really exactly. I basically I enjoy something extra more than how a normal person should enjoy. So it's really hard to, have a communication with people. Like if you watch the same thing, like you guys can discuss like totally different thing. It's like you watch like Godzilla versus Kong, okay? You might go in there, you're happy about like watching haha monkey punching lizards. And for me, it's like, oh, this is how they do the camera angle. Oh, this is how they did the CGI. Oh, this is how they do this. This is how they do that. That is just like how normally like when you kind of like know a little bit too much about like the industry, and you kind of like have that kind of things, So when it comes to all this kind of stuff, it's like always have a lot of like various kind of like different things that are going on there. I think personally I would like to watch, like if I get a chance to watch, is more or less, yeah, more or less is like if I get a chance to watch, it's just more Gintama. Too bad I kind of like stopped watching Gintama for quite a long time too. It's like after like the arc, like on the high note stuff, they kind of like stopped for a very long time, and then they finally like have like a few episodes and a movie come out of it. But I kind of that time like I was watching like way more other stuff. Yeah, when it comes to all those kind of things, like anime, sadly, I do love it. I did come out from it. I didn't learn from it. I'm 30 years old. I watched this thing for anime for ages. It's just that this past 5 years, especially the gosh dang isekai years, I kind of like stopped watching anime a long time ago. But I do read the manga. Yeah, I kind of like revert from like enjoying anime to enjoy the manga. And sometimes because I enjoy the manga a little bit too much, I read a little bit, like way too many things beforehand. When they finally come out as anime, I'll be like, I already know the story. And then I end up like didn't watch because of that too. I think like the only anime I really want to watch right now is Kingdom. Oh, Kingdoms. This is actually really good. Too bad like the first season is kind of dark shit, so not a lot of people kind of like really like wanting to like watch Kingdom mainly because of that. I'm not even kidding about it. Like so many people like have a lot of like hate boner on like the first Kingdom series. I know that there's also a lot of people like it too. It's like really creative and everything, but there's also a lot of people hate it. Trust me. And the later on episode, more of the war stuff, this and that other stuff. I do hate the politic part though. They spend a little bit too much time. I kind of like feel like the politic part sometimes is just like too drag on, even though it's kind of like one of the key part, core part about the stories. Yeah, it is like one part of it too. Okay, background established. I don't want to go too dark. I don't want it to kind of blend into the thingy, so maybe I should do something else. Instead of using blue, I should delete it. Use purple. That way, it's much more things are going on there. Oop. Yeah, there's right now in Divine. Okay, if I use purple and go for overlay. Oh, purple and overlay is still like quite close. Let's try to use green. Okay. Yep, green is a pretty nice color. Blur them up. Alright. And go to filters again. This is like further blurring. It kind of like texture thing like going on there. You need to make them like kind of fade behind the background and then go for the multiply. Now you can see like somewhat of a difference there. You can go for the heavy difference or like light difference. Maybe sometimes you don't want this, you want this. Having a much more dark blue going on there. And this is why I use green. I can just choose to like, do I want for the blue go on there? I think like having subtract and then have a much more deeper kind of blue here. It does look kind of like way better. And then after that, I'll just put like a distort ripple. Yeah. Yeah, having a big ripple. Ooh, looks nice. And then have another one. This is purple going on here. Ooh, nice. But yeah, I should actually like flip this thing and then put this on the side. Ooh, nicer. Nicer, nicer. And with this, I can do some additional line art of like the orange they have, but on the much more brighter side. You know, like those kind of like bat-like thing going on there. And then with this thing, I can turn this thing into much more stronger kind of like lighting. Usually overlay is pretty nice. Highlight is also pretty good too. Overlay have a little bit much more effect going on there. Let's go for a really strong, either like a pin light. Oh, this is the first time pin light doesn't work. Okay. So vivid light. Oh, vivid light does help, but the color is a little bit too strong. Let me switch it up back to hot light. Yeah, hot light seems to be nicer. So I can even apply this into the face. Hot light. Alrighty then. And we have all this thing going on here. Should be doing great.
Contact lenses have PFAS in them. Even the screen you're watching this on likely has a PFAS anti-smudge coating. The trouble is that the same carbon-fluorine bonds that make PFAS so stable and useful in consumer products also make them incredibly persistent in the environment. Which is why you might also know PFAS under a different name, forever chemicals. They have been found everywhere, from bustling cities to untouched areas of wilderness. Every continent, including Antarctica, has PFAS all over it.
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, I mean, this stuff is being found everywhere. So, massive worldwide contamination, but by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
Even though companies knew how dangerous these chemicals were 50 years ago, they decided not to inform the public and the regulators. So we're only finding out about this global contamination now. And there have been many cases where important public health information doesn't get widely disseminated for years. And whenever that happens, media coverage can be inconsistent, which is why I've partnered up with Ground News as the sponsor of this video. Their platform reveals how stories like these are covered across the media landscape. For example, a recent study suggested that 23 million Americans were exposed to forever chemicals through wastewater. But you probably haven't seen the story since fewer than 40 outlets even published it. And take a look at how different some of these headlines are. With Ground News, you can also see that government-funded sources had limited reporting of this story, and only 9% of the publications were right-leaning. So Ground News flagged this as a potential blind spot. It's highlighted on their blind spot feed, where you can see stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. The whole point of Veritasium is to make videos that get to the truth, whether that's explaining misconceptions or getting to the bottom of potentially dangerous chemicals. Ground News helps us do that, and they can help you too. So if you, like us, care about getting to the truth, go to ground.news/VE or scan this QR code. Our link gets you 40% off their Vantage plan. And now, back to PFAS. Okay, now I want to find out how much of these chemicals is actually in my blood. So I have a little test here. Ugh. I hate the idea of drawing my own blood. Okay, that was pretty easy actually. I was really worried that there was not going to be enough blood coming out. But no, there's plenty. So the question is, how much of these dangerous chemicals are in my blood?
Has anyone ever come back with blood that has zero PFAS whatsoever?
I've been doing blood testing on PFAS since 2007, and I've never seen a non-detect.
No way.
So I hear that 98% of the population has PFAS in their blood, but I'm looking for that 2% that doesn't, because I've yet to see them.
That's incredible. I mean, very, very bad incredible, but wow.
But if everyone on Earth has trace amounts of these chemicals in their blood, how much harm could they really be doing?
I want to make a distinction because it turns out not all PFAS are equally dangerous. You can kind of split them up into two groups. First up, you have long, repeating chains of carbon-fluorine bonds that are tens or hundreds of thousands of atoms long. So stuff like Teflon. These are so big and inert that even if you do ingest them, your body's just going to flush them out. They can't be absorbed into your bloodstream, so you're pretty safe. They're called fluoropolymers because of the long, repeating chains of carbon and fluorine bonds. But the catch is, to make these fluoropolymers, stuff like Teflon, you need to use processing aids, things like PFOA or Gen X, and those are the nasty ones. These molecules are 5 to 10 carbons long, which makes them small enough to actually enter the bloodstream. They have functional groups at the ends that are usually acids. The most common ones are perfluoroalkyl acids, which means that they can bind to the proteins in your blood and be transported anywhere in the body. So they slowly accumulate and build up over time. Now, there are more than just two groups of PFAS and even different definitions of what PFAS even are, but most of what we know really relates to just a handful of chemicals from this group here,
that's
to
the wrong
these
thing.
perfluoroalkyl acids.
Perhaps the most comprehensive document on PFAS toxicity was published in 2022 by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and it looked at only 7 perfluoroalkyl acids. These are sister chemicals to PFOA, and some of them, like PFOS and PFHXS, were used heavily in the production of stain and water-resistant products, like 3M's Scotchgard, before they too got phased out due to toxicity concerns. The report surmised that if the sum of these 7 acids in your blood is below 2 parts per billion, there shouldn't be any harm. If your level is between 2 and 20 parts per billion, there's a
Good and
potential
gauche
for
blood.
harmful health effects. Although the exact mechanism by which PFAS cause harm isn't fully understood, exposure has most consistently been associated with high cholesterol, a decreased immune system response to vaccines and infections, kidney cancer, and decreased growth in infants. But PFAS have also been linked to dozens of other conditions. And above 20 parts per billion, the risk is even greater. So where do I fall on this graph?
Cropping.
Right, so I have the results here.
You're not going to tell me what yours were before I see mine?
No.
All right.
You're positive for PFOA.
Okay.
The level for PFOA for a US person went down from 5 parts per billion around the 2000s to around 1.46, what you have. So you're super average for a US person.
Great, okay.
The good news is, though, no Gen X for you or for me, which is great.
All right, let's go.
But the real surprise, I guess, is PFOS, the sister chemical. And it was used in a similar way, so stain-resistant carpets, treated clothing, and your result is at 8.93 parts per billion, whereas the US average is 4.3. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy because it was discontinued pretty much in 2002.
This is not the results I expected. I honestly expected very boring results of like, yeah, you're around the middle of the pack or a little bit on the low side.
And then for PFHXS, basically PFOS, but 6 instead of 8 carbons, your levels here are almost 7 parts per billion, but the US average is 1 part per billion. You're higher than 95% of Americans.
It just it shocks me because like I was fully walking into this meeting expecting to be, roughly average.
Yeah, to me it's scary. You live a normal life thinking that you're taking care of everything, and then you have high levels of a chemical you never heard of.
The combined sum of all the PFAS detected in my blood was 17.92 parts per billion, more than double the US median. I'm just below the level where the National Academies recommend additional screenings for PFAS-related diseases.
I had no idea I would come back with such elevated levels. I'd love to get the level sort of down a bit to a level where I feel like it's more in line with the general population.
Yeah.
But like, where could this have come from?
There are 3 main ways we get exposed to forever chemicals, and the one you'll hear the most about in the media is likely PFAS-containing products.
Shampoo, dental floss, paints, varnishes. Potentially dangerous chemicals. Dangerous chemicals. Toxic chemicals.
People are throwing out their non-stick cookware.
My wife threw out all our non-stick pans over a year ago, and since then we've been using stainless steel. She is very good at making it not stick. Me, not so much.
Oh, sorry there. Hi there, Lexi. Since when you change your name? I kind of can see because of the bread and your profile pictures. I'm watching how fucking Teflon is actually very bad for you. But actually, it's not Teflon itself is bad. It's the process of making Teflon is bad. Because like imagine things like the non-stick pan, like all those kind of things is like Teflon, right? So you imagine this thing. This thing doesn't stick to almost anything. Like you pour water on it, it doesn't stick. You pour glue on it, it doesn't stick. You pour anything on it. You try to put fires on it, it doesn't melt. So how, if they are this unstickable and indestructible, how do they manage to coat those things on the pan in the first place? So if you think it closely, okay, if you think closely, the thing they actually do to get those things stick on the pan, like those things are the toxic one. Okay, once they stick it on the pan, they will kind of like heat it up, melt it, wash it away, like all those residual of like the glue they use to kind of stick the Teflon onto the pan is toxic, and now is everywhere in the waters, especially in America, because like when they discovered this kind of material, it's kind of before World War, so like Teflon technologies was like almost close guard technologies for on the American side. So it was like running a lot of like Teflon like built up and lots of things in America. Don't worry, nowadays like even everywhere in the water supply they kind of have it more or less, because everything is like Teflon. It's just the most concentrated area of like those kind of like chemical that the byproduct chemical that create Teflon and stuff, Teflon product and stuff is in America. But nowadays like many other places also have it too, but it's not as concentrated in America. America have it so bad, in fact, that each different region have a different chemical there. They have to use a specific filters to filter out the waters. Yeah, they have to do it that way. For us, it's not that much, but it's still kind of a little bit poisonous in our water supplies too, because manufacturing electronic stuff generally also use that thing too. Your touchscreen that have like those kind, especially like those kind of like touchscreen have like those grainy effect, like non-slip, those kind of like slippery touchscreen or smudge guard touchscreen, those kind of things. Those things are made like using those kind of like technologies, and a lot of like not glossy surface, it's more like those kind of non-stick surface usually is like having those kind of stuff too. So it's everywhere in like the world, but the most worst one is only on America. Oh, plus this thing, like they don't use filter for the tap water for some weird ass reasons. Like in every household, like when you use water, obviously you use like filters to do shit, right? Like there is like a lot of American do use like filters, but generally there's a lot of house do not have like filters like built in. So if you don't buy a filter yourself, those things are just going to be just that. If you go to an apartment, okay, try to think about this. You have a big apartment building. Is the apartment kind of like due diligence things to have that filter on for the entire apartment? Is kind of like let that apartment to be safe, right? No, you have to individual house have to buy one for yourself. That's weird. Like at least like the most basic of filtering system need to be there, but they don't have it. Like maybe you want additional filters to get more mineral into your waters, to filter out some extra stuff that you don't really like or you're allergic to. Yeah, you need to buy one yourself, but at least the bare minimum filtration system should have it. But they don't have it. That's the thing. Well, like that's a lot of things that already poison our life. Trust me. That is beyond help. This is like something that we have, like there's a lot of issues we have that actually makes us dumber, that already been initiated like around like 1960s ago. 1960. So we are seeing the effect now, and we try to stop it, it's kind of too late. This is why you see like a lot more people are getting dumber and dumber these days. It's just mainly because of that, sadly. Like, I already gave up at that point. It's just like I'm just going to live my life. Just let the world burn, I guess. I can't help. I don't have like any like savior, like, complex, something like that. I still find this like too bad though. It's like there's so many things that we should be able to do a long time ago, but we didn't. Then you think closely, okay? You think about it like very closely. Do you know why our brain cell is dying everywhere in the world? But again, the more highly concentrated one is in America again. Like it's not because they are the jab, like I like to take jab at America, okay? It's like they are the one who initiate a lot of technologies, okay? And they kind of pioneer a lot of stuff that kills our brain cell. So this is why they kind of like the patient zero of like the ground zero area over there. Like while everyone in the world is suffering right now, they are the one who suffer the most. It's not like I want to take a jab at them. It's like they literally are the ground zero of all those kinds of places. Like lead poisoning, all those kind of things is generally coming from the industrial era from American back in the days, and the car have a lot of lead output. Nowadays, even the food have a lot of lead stuff. Imagine this thing. Lead is a very good preservative. So they use it like in like a very minuscule amount in junk food. Or like food for kids. Literally for kids. And like a lot of things to kind of preserve the food. If you know, have you seen like the Mr. Beast like Lunchly like moldy cheese issues? It's because they don't use preservative that kind of preserve the cheese, so it's starting to have mold because of it. The reason the reason like the Lunchable and everything that kids eat that rarely get mold or anything is because they have fucking lead in it. Because it's fucking poisonous, too poisonous to even have mold to grow on it. So it preserved the food for a very long time. And they give it to kids to eat. And here's the thing about junk food that have a lot of like preservative stuff like in there. Yes, they somewhat have like a safety limit, so they won't put it enough that you get lead poisoning. But here's the thing: if you have a bag of Cheetos, like or like your favorite junk food, would you just eat a single bag of it? To be honest, no. If you eat multiple bags of them, you already exceed the lead limit that you have there. And every single thing have a tiny amount of lead in there. The spoon you take, this and that, yeah, that stuff, the air, the water supplies, the food, the preservative, every single fucking things. By the time you eat everything, like do all your daily activity, you already exceed the lead amount a long time ago. Technically, they have it a long time ago. Here's the thing, like, they have like when it comes to, how should I say it? When it comes to like legal stuff, okay? You always see like a lot of things like in the kind of like legal writing that have like, they are obligated to tell you like how many sugars in it, how many this in it, how many that in it, right? There's actually a lot of like things that is poisonous, they aren't listed in there. The reason why is it not listed in there is because they have the quote-unquote legal amount of it that they don't need to disclose to you. But they have it because if they don't have it, the food is going to go bad really fast. Because they have it, but they have the right amount not to tell you that, you will never know. You will never know. Because they don't want to let you know in the first place. If you know it, would you buy it? Obviously fucking no. That's what comes to like a lot of issues for a lot of things. Yeah. It's always sad to know like so sometimes I know a little bit too much. One day, like, if I disappeared, you guys know what happened. Well, you might not think about it, but it kind of like depends. The pen cap you chew, you do chew in microplastic. Humanity's created two very indestructible material. One is fucking Teflon, and then the second is actual plastic. So you chew that thing, you have a lot of microplastic in your body. It's not going anywhere, those things. The fish you eat have microplastic, the chicken you eat have microplastic, every single living thing have microplastic now. It's because it's so fucking indestructible, it's just in everyone's bloodstream. We can't destroy it. Humanity creates something that can outlast the fucking sun. And then even humanity like going to like disappear, the sun gosh dang explode. The plastic we made is still going to remain in the gosh dang galaxy, the empty cold void, for the next 100,000 of trillion years, and it still won't go anywhere. It's just going to stay there forever. You just have to accept the fate at that point. Yeah, there's a lot of things like I can like explain and talk about, but I usually don't advocate too much. I'm just going to let you guys like know like how fuck is humanity? Answer is very fucked. And you can't do a jack shit about it. I can't do a jack shit about it. All the smartest people alive gather together, have infinite amount of money that can fix the issues. They can't do a jack shit about it. Trust me, they can't. So just live your life the best you can.
But are pans really the problem?
The actual coating on the pan is Teflon, which again is just a long inert chain of carbon fluoride.
Yeah, Teflon does not kill you, but the things that people use apply Teflon on and then they wash it away, that thing is going to kill you. Teflon is so fucking indestructible and so inert that nobody, so slippery, okay? Even to eat like a chunk of Teflon, you're just going to shit it out. Because it's just so slick. It doesn't stick on anything at all. It's just going to slip it out.
Fluorine bonds. So even if you ingest it, it doesn't react with your body.
If you have a pan like that at home, you probably don't need to throw it out.
The same goes for most other PFAS-containing products. Waterproof clothing, stain-resistant furniture, and sweat-proof watch bands might all release some level of PFAS, but the risk of direct exposure through skin is likely low.
Yeah, those things aren't going to kill
The
you.
bigger problem is how easily PFAS from these products can end up in the environment. And many of the factories that make these products don't have a good track record of keeping the chemicals contained.
This is why when last time I talk about like if those like idiot that block the fucking road sit there, risk their life to block a fucking road that people might have to go to hospital for, like people have like important stuff to like deliver it. Just to block that way, kind of like risk their life, like they yell out that top of their lungs like for the environment. I would go there and slap them. If you really want to help the environment, help the planet, okay? You are going to risk your life to get run over by a car anyway. Why don't you risk your life to overwork yourself to death? Like literally, overwork yourself to death. Get those money, create a company, or funding a company that will go to all this kind of like factories, and provide them a service that you will like help them create filters for them and replace it time to time for fucking free. If you do that alone, the world will become much more better just doing that. I'm not even kidding about that. Like, you guys already like laid down your fucking life for blocking the freaking road like with your bodies. Why don't you guys do that? You guys wasting so many times, so many money, block the road, go around into museums and like paint gallery, like toss like fucking orange paint, get arrested, and then spend and then wasted like everyone's time, your lawyer's time, the court times that actually have to do like actual justice for actual place, and then later on get a slap on the wrist, wasting everyone's times for all those kind of things, just for yelling fucking like it's like for the environment. In reality, it doesn't do jack shit. If you guys really want to do something right, just do what I just said. Like, you guys actually like funding like proper technologies, yeah. You're already doing way more stuff than just sitting there on the road doing nothing except yelling something for publicities. I used to be an environmentalist like long ass time ago, to be honest. It's like I see the inevitability and then also stupidity of humanities. Like, I can't help them. I can't help them. Especially those people who always like talk about AI shit and then they'll be like, say no to AI because it's bad for the environment. I want to slap them again. The water they use is undrinkable water in the first place. Like, what? You're trying to go and drink those waters? Like, those are like for cooling system anyway. So either way, after they create it, they're just going to use it. What do you want to do? Pouring down into the earth and then poison the fucking earth? The brains they have. And then they're going to say like, oh, the manufacturing of all this like supercomputer stuff is going to harm the environment. Yeah, so does your phone that you're typing on. Yeah, so does the goddamn screen that you're making, that you're watching from. Yeah, so does the keyboard you have. So does every single piece of technologies. Because they're so sparse out, you just do not aware of it. But if you concentrate everything in one area, obviously you see the effect of like the environment. If they advocate those things like so much, they should just living in a fucking jungle. Either that, or use all your money to change your entire life into a much more recyclable life, and then use a proper like environmental friendly technologies. If you use those things, okay, if you use those things, it's just going to be better. And then you can prove them that you can actually transitions to this kind of lifestyle without any issues. And it's equal, maybe even way better, because there's so many like eco technology living right now, like existing right now. Nobody can prove like you can actually do a good transitions of it, because you either A, waste a lot of money to actually transition to such a life, or B, is actually live like you literally nerf your life. Imagine it's like 10 times worse than what your life is right now, but they say it's going to help the life help the earth. Like, would you think normal people would choose that life? No. I'm not saying I won't. I would say a lot more people will say no than yes. If you prove that you can do as equal amount of this exchange, or even better, people will obviously like switch their life around just for the better environment. So far, they didn't do that. They're just trying to be nuisance in the street. Hugging a gosh dang tree doesn't really help.
People don't understand that the stories that you see, for example, what was happening in the community in West Virginia, this is the same chemical and the same things that we're seeing play out now in Australia and in Japan, in Italy, in Germany, in the UK. I mean, there are a lot of folks that are still not grasping the fact that these are the same chemicals.
Our second main source of exposure is food. A lot of it comes packaged in PFAS-treated materials like takeout boxes, microwave popcorn bags, and burger wrappers.
It's not a burger wrapper. Is it a tiny amount? Is it a ridiculously tiny amount?
We actually did tests at the lab with stuff that usually contains PFAS. So, microwave popcorn, fast food wrappers, paper cups that are waterproof. So I have tap water here from a house in London. could we boil some water, because usually you interact with these products when they're hot, and then see if any of the PFAS leaches off, and you potentially eat them or drink them?
This is citizen science, right? So it's like, there might be some error, but with a solid control, and then with the same tap water going to all of them, we can at least get something.
Yeah, and even if we get nothing, we'll know that people are probably safe using these products. Right.
Whisk it around.
Yeah, really get that PFAS in that
Juices
water.
going.
Right, get the
Well,
PFAS
it's
juices
supposed to
going.
be safe for human consumption.
Yeah.
It's the wild thing.
We sloshed it around there, hot water, boiling water, for around 30 seconds, and then we tested that water to see if any of the PFAS that are used to coat these items would actually make it into the water. So here's what I got. And these are parts per trillion now. So for PFOA, good news, basically no detection anywhere, except for the microwave popcorn. I will say these are very low levels, but hold your horses, because the microwave popcorn gets worse.
The thing about microwave popcorn, it's sitting in there wrapped up with the popcorn for months or years before you ever stick it in your microwave. That gives those chemicals plenty of time to like leach into the oils, and it's going to go all over the popcorn and you're going to eat it. This could explain some of our own results. The level for PFPEA, which is a shorter variation of PFOA, came back at 10 parts per trillion after the popcorn bag test. And you can see similar results in some of the other PFAS species.
But then microwave popcorn actually drops for PFOS. Why could that be? We don't actually know.
I was gonna say maybe the PFAS like went on that wrapper and found its friends and just hung out there.
Yeah, could be. I know we've only done like one test here, no repeat measurements, so we can't conclude much from this. But there's something to be said for when you're using these products, they're gonna leach into your water, leach into your food.
And research tends to agree. A 2019 study found that eating fast food and microwave popcorn especially can increase your PFAS load, while eating home-cooked meals doesn't. But even something as simple as reheating your food on a plate instead of in the original packaging could prevent PFAS from migrating to your food. Now, you might expect that these part per trillion levels we detected in the London tap water are nothing compared to the parts per billion you'd find in human blood. But the surprising thing is that to have 2 parts per billion of PFOA in your blood, you don't need to drink water with 2 parts per billion of PFOA in it. Because PFAS accumulate in your body over time. So even water with as little as 4 parts per trillion of PFOA combined with other exposure can be enough to maintain your blood levels this high. And this is why, in addition to food, water is your biggest source of exposure. This is especially true if you live near a PFAS factory where the local water is often heavily contaminated. But the same goes for areas near military bases or airports. See, adding chemicals like PFOA or PFOS to water lowers its surface tension, so the water gets more slippery. And these chemicals also tend to foam up, so they make for an excellent ingredient in firefighting foams. They spread quicker, and the foam blocks access to oxygen extremely well. And since both military bases and airports frequently do fire drills with these foams, they end up seeping into the surrounding soil and groundwater. But it doesn't stop there.
Currently, we have reached planetary saturation levels for PFAS, which means that when you look up at that cloud and it rains unsafe levels of at least 4 PFAS species.
It turns out that our entire water cycle is contaminated with PFAS. So even when it rains on the Tibetan plateau,
finish drawing.
that rain
I'm just like trying
contains
to hang out
PFAS.
only.
To check the water levels in your area, you can use these maps that show PFAS contamination across the US, Europe, and Australia. What about Los Angeles? Encino. That's where I spent like 7 of the last 10 years.
Crescenta Valley.
Those are all high.
Yeah. Santa Clarita, some PFH excess level is crazy. So maybe you're getting your water from Santa Clarita.
Wow.
There's a calculator. It could give you what an estimate in your blood serum is. What we can try to do now is put that up in the calculator, see if you get something close to what you have if you want.
Sure.
PFH excess. So typical value for an adult is 1 part per billion, and then the Santa Clarita.
You know, speaking about like the point that you mentioned, that human like ruining the life of the animal, here's the thing. You can have sentimental of it, but try not to become a vegan because of it. Because here's the thing. You're not going to help jack shit if you try to be a vegan. I'm not even kidding about it. It's like, yes, it might be a lifestyle you can have, but try not to be too high and mighty or condescending about like being a vegan too. It's like you can be one. It's just that don't shove it into people's face. Because here's the thing, like vegan is not exactly that superior. If you guys don't know too much things that happen in the background area, just like pseudo level of like understanding, vegan doesn't really help that much. In fact, it kind of like worsens the situations. I won't really say strongly is going to worsen situations. There's always like a very good, like over the top way to kind of like fix it. And those things are very fucking expensive. Unless you're super fucking rich, people are literally taking advantage of you because of your belief. I'm not sure that you guys would want to become taken advantage that much because of that. It's like try to think that the greens that you all eat as a vegan, okay, how do you think they grow it? It's a cycle of life. There's a lot of things going on there. Just eating green also disrupt a lot of cycle of life too. The bugs are going to eat it. When it wilts, it return back to the earth. It enrich the soil and everything. If you eat everything of that, it's going to harm the bugs and everything too. In either way of like food consumptions, is at the end is going to harm the animal or like any single kind of living being that kind of like exists in the world. Especially like if you have no idea, like there's like hand pick or some stuff like or shit like that. At the end, like they still are going to kill the animals that going to eat your shit. The farmer is going to kill all the animal or any other things that want to touch your shit. You are not the. If you want to become a herbivore vegan, okay, there are also other herbivore exist. They want the green too. Where do you think like they're going to eat if they see like a green patch of place? Then it's like can fulfill them. They're obviously going to go there. But if they go there, they're going to ruin your green. You can't eat your vegan food anymore. But what happened? The farmer is going to protect those green. When they're going to protect those green, they're going to kill those animals that approach your green. And then they will harvest it, send it to you, and telling you this is a guilt-free food. You are getting taken for a dumb cow. I'm not even kidding. Being a vegan is a lifestyle that you can choose, but if you act all high and mighty of it, people will just treat you like a dumbass. The people who sell the like the veggie to you is going to treat you, is going to see you as a dumbass. The farmer that is going to farm for you and going to earn way lot amount of extra cash just because they can slap an organic word on it just to sell it to you, they will also view you like a dumbass. I hate to people seeing you guys want to do something right, but end up people are just going to clown on you. That's all I can say. And try to study a little bit more when you want to become one. Not within like vegan communities. They kind of like gaslight themselves with lots of stuff. That the information's a little bit like, locked inside a tiny bubble. Yeah, everyone say yes in that community doesn't mean it's an actual yes. Shocker.
The rate of water is around 37 parts per trillion.
If you look after like 10 years,
so after roughly 10 years of exposure, you would have 6.85 parts per billion in your blood. And then I can tell you that you are at 684.
That would explain things. Now, I can't say for sure where my drinking water was coming from, but if I was consistently drinking water contaminated at similar levels, then that would explain my results. But if you're worried about your own water, you should contact your provider directly for the most relevant information. It's concerning just how unregulated drinking water has been.
It was actually only a year ago, in April 2024, that the US EPA finally set legal limits for PFAS in drinking water. The safe level for PFOA went down from DuPont's initial 1 part per billion to 4 parts per trillion.
So we're no longer talking about 1 drop of PFOA in 20 of these tanks. We're talking about 1 drop in 5,000. That's 5 Olympic-sized swimming pools. And if there's even a drop of PFOA in there, the EPA is concerned.
The same 4 parts per trillion limit was also set for PFOS, the sister chemical. And Gen X went down from the 70,000 parts per trillion initially proposed by Chemours to just 10. The same goes for PFH-XS. For reference, the EPA's limit for lead in water is 10,000 parts per trillion, and for cyanide, 200,000.
It gives you a pretty clear indication of how concerned the scientific community is.
And just when we got EPA limits, we got a new administration in the US which might be reversing some of the PFAS bans. So you can't always depend on the regulators, and you seemingly can't depend on the companies that make this stuff to dispose of it safely. So what can you do? If your water is contaminated, you might want to consider getting a PFAS certified filter. Reverse osmosis, granulated active carbon, and ion exchange filters are all capable of removing PFAS out of drinking water. But the responsibility to filter drinking water shouldn't come down to the individual. PFAS should be captured at the source during manufacturing, before they ever reach the environment. And some companies, like Pure Affinity, are developing custom filters to make that happen.
So, very lab-looking lab.
Exactly, yeah. So could you walk me through like what all these pipes do and what do you have in here?
So this water is representative of where you've had a big firefighting foam incident. Right. So you want to filter this water, but basically the concept is take it from the top through the vessel. As it passes through this material, it basically sticks on to some of the PFAS chemicals in water, and then you run into another part of treatment, and a third one.
To me, it seems like if PFAS are so like bioaccumulative and actually persistent and stable, they don't really react with things. So how do you force them to react with stuff in here?
Basically taking advantage of this long organic tail as well as the polar head. And so you can have some electrostatic interactions with the polar head, and then you can have some hydrophilic and hydrophobic interactions with the tail. And by combining these three...
Past. Well, since I already finished the drawing and I'm very hungry, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Tonight, here's the thing, I'm actually changing my schedule on streamings because there's way too many people kind of have to like stay up late or like wake up like really fucking early to actually watch me. So I changed up my time a little bit. I will stream a little bit earlier for the drawing, and then late night I will do a gaming stream. Yeah. Late night I will do gaming stream. Morning I will do a drawing stream, and then afternoon, which is what you guys are watching me right now, which I'm going to stream like most of the time, I'm going to you know, get a stop on that. I know for some people it's like, no, this is the best time I can watch, but also like my general audience is like don't have the best time to watch at the moment. I want you all to live like a very healthy life, okay? Like general audience that I have is either they can like watch really early morning and like really late night. So I'm going to like air out my time, starting to like do a little bit of rescheduling just for you guys. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. It's not going to be too bad for me. I'm still gonna do quite lots of things. Either way, thank you very much for watching, guys, and as always, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye bye.